Chapter 797. Let's talk this out. Don't touch this thing. Maxwell panicked as well, and hurriedly said, Necromancer Brad. No, my dear Lord Necromancer. Don't do anything rash. Let's talk this out. Let's talk this out. Maxwell heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Klein stop. He quickly calmed down. How about this? As long as you don't touch this thing, you can leave immediately. I won't make things difficult for you, what? Ron could not believe his ears when he heard that. When did Maxwell become so easy to talk to? At this moment, Ron's eyes landed on the mechanism in Klein's hand. He thought that it must be something extraordinary for Maxwell to be so wary of it. But what exactly was that thing? It could make Maxwell lower his proud head, and even lower his head to a mere necromancer. At this moment, Maxwell was in a dilemma. If he had a choice, why would a proud mythical beast like him lower his head to a mortal? However, the thing the other party was holding was something that could take his life. If he really activated that mechanism, Maxwell did not dare to think further. Really? We can leave now? You can let me use the interplanar teleportation portal? Klein said nonchalantly, but his hand did not leave that black mechanism for even a moment. Of course, you can all leave now. I promise in the name of God. I won't do anything to you. You can use the interplanar teleportation portal, really? We can finally leave? Maxwell had slaughtered all the way until now, and there were only about 100 adventurers left. They dragged their heavily injured bodies, and when they heard Maxwell's promise, their eyes lit up with hope. These people did not dare to be enemies with Maxwell. Being able to leave safely was their greatest hope. Is that so? That's great. Lord Maxwell, you can keep your word. Klein seemed to believe Maxwell's words. A smile appeared on his face, and he moved his body half a step away. His fingers also slowly left that black mechanism. Of course, my words are divine. Of course they count. Yes, that's it. Now slowly leave that thing. Maxwell's tone softened. He forced a smile on his ugly and hideous face, but he was incomparably depressed. As Klein's finger moved further and further away from the boot, Maxwell slowly changed, and a faint killing intent gradually condensed. As long as this guy is at a safe distance, kill him instantly. Maxwell thought to himself and secretly made up his mind. However, the smile on his face became even more sincere. Maxwell was the guardian of Bartlos prison and a powerful god. Even if he went back on his word, no one could do anything to him. As for these adventurers, so what if they died? No one would seek justice for them. At that moment, Ron was behind Maxwell, dragging his heavily injured body and lying on the ground. He looked at everything in front of him. At that moment, he saw Maxwell's hand behind his back. That hand was holding the single-edged broadsword, and that little finger was trembling faintly. Ron understood that this was a signal that Maxwell was about to make a move. Klein. Ron struggled to raise his head and shook it at Klein. In just a moment, Klein's hand reached out like lightning and pressed on that fatal black mechanism again, grinning maliciously. Sir Maxwell, do you think I'll still believe your words? Since you're so afraid of him, let him out. Without waiting for Maxwell to react, he abruptly twisted the black mechanism. Pa! The magic array in the room instantly stopped working. Then zap, zap, zap. There was an ear-piercing sound of the mechanism, as if a heavy door to hell had been opened. In an instant, the entire Bartlos prison shook. What's going on? What's going on? He seems to have activated something. The adventurers who were lucky enough to survive panicked. The unknown was the most terrifying. They did not know what was going on, nor did they know what they were about to face. The tremors grew stronger and stronger, and the ground slowly cracked open. Countless gases shot out from the cracks, and the entire hall was in chaos. You. Maxwell's face was extremely pale at that moment. He pointed at Klein, unable to say anything. He, who had always been ferocious and arrogant, was now panicking. Ron tried his best to crawl forward, avoiding the huge rocks that fell. At that moment, he saw that in another huge room in the hall behind him, space was collapsing. Huge stone pillars kept falling due to some kind of force, and the black sphere floating in the sky was shaking. A small crack slowly extended and split open, and within it, a terrifying aura seeped through the distant space and spread out. This is... Ron felt as if his entire body had been struck by lightning. He was stunned on the spot. The powerful aura that seeped out from the crack in space was like water that could penetrate every pore, penetrating straight to the bottom of his heart. It was different from Maxwell's ferocious and violent aura. This terrifying aura that came out of nowhere was filled with arrogance and coldness. It was as if a high and mighty noble was unreservedly displaying his elegance. The black sphere was very sturdy, and the imprisoned noble was impatient. He began to hit the sphere with all his might, causing the crack to widen even more. Boom! There was a loud sound that seemed to come from the heavens. Not only the black sphere, but the powerful force caused the entire Bartlos prison to shake. The ashes on the walls fell down, and the terrifying aura that was released swept through the entire hall like a whirlwind. Boom! There was another loud sound, and the black sphere that was suspended high up in the air vibrated again. It cracked open, becoming bigger and bigger. You actually released this demon. At some point, Maxwell was holding a single-edged broadsword and standing in front of Klein. At that moment, his expression was very ugly. Is that so? Cough, cough, cough. That's great. The heavily injured Klein coughed a few times, and blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, he calmly looked at Maxwell. His face did not reveal the fear of death, but excitement and joy. Maxwell, are you finally afraid? Ha! Ha! Klein's voice became softer. As he spoke, he slowly fell to the ground. Facing Maxwell's broadsword, a smile appeared on his face. Sir, I finally did it. He. Awaken. Sir, you'll be reborn once again. Lead us to take back everything that once belonged to you. Boom. There was a loud sound, and the black sphere finally cracked open. Following that, a powerful aura suddenly burst out. In an instant, a powerful airflow filled the entire space. The heavens and earth trembled, and the entire Bartlos prison shook. Roar! Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, as if it was a cry from hell. In that instant, everyone's heartbeat stopped. Following that, in the sky above Bartlos prison, a huge and terrifying black shadow slowly appeared. Everyone trembled under the terrifying aura of this black shadow. This black shadow looked like a huge monster. Its entire body was snow white, and its upper body was similar to a human's. It had 2 thick arms, and its lower body had no legs. Instead, it had a long, snake-like tail, like a huge chain that connected the heavens and the earth. It constantly twisted and wriggled. On its back, there were 6 huge wings. The hard wings were as sharp as knives. When the 6 wings spread open, the terrifying black shadow covered the sky. The huge monster was expressionless, and a pair of arrogant azure eyes overlooked the earth. It was filled with the feeling of a king looking down on the world. What kind of monster is this? Its strength is actually so strong? Ron's mouth was wide open, and he could not speak for a long time. It was as if his entire body had fallen into an abyss. This aura, this power, it was really too strong. Ron could not think of any words to describe what he was feeling. It was a kind of trembling that came from the bottom of his heart. Heavens! Klein, what kind of thing did you release? Yuta, Lizzie, Sky Dragon. At this time, an adventurer not far from Ron finally recognized the identity of this monster. At this moment, his face was pale, his hands and feet were trembling, and his teeth could not help but chatter. He's Sky Dragon Yuta Lizzie. Heavens! How could it be him? He was released, what? Ron was shocked. He's the commander of the Red Silk Army, Yuta Lizzie, who was imprisoned in Bartlos prison. The terrifying figure who caused a huge wave of blood in the main plain 100,000 years ago. Ever since Ron was born, he had never encountered such a powerful creature. Like Maxwell, Yuta Lizzie was also a divine beast. He also had divine power, and was even more powerful than Maxwell. Sky Dragon. The dark dragon R.A. Firth trembled and clenched his teeth, trying his best not to kneel. The sky dragon was Yuta Lizi's true body. It was a super creature that only lived in the legends of dragons. It was the highest king among dragons. It had the majesty of a king, and its powerful aura made the dark dragon R.A. Firth have no choice but to bow his head. The peerless king among dragons, sky dragon Yuta Lizi, after being imprisoned for 100,000 years, had finally escaped from Bartlow's prison. Taking a deep breath, Ron slowly recovered from his shock. He glanced at Klein, who was not far away, and his gaze focused. Strange, how did he know to open the mechanism that imprisoned Yuta Lizi? Ron did not know Klein's goal, and he did not know whether releasing this divine beast that was 10,000 times more terrifying than Maxwell was a good thing or a bad thing for them. Chapter 798. Asterisk boom, 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 asterisk. As the ground shook, Maxwell's huge body swayed and disappeared at the end of the corridor in an instant. Similarly, the terrifying sky dragon's aura disappeared at the same time, as if it had never appeared, and the sky became clear again. That fellow is finally gone. Seeing that the crisis was over, the surviving adventurers heaved a sigh of relief. Back then, more than 100,000 adventurers entered Bartlow's prison, but now there were less than 100 who could truly leave. Thinking of their companions who had been killed by Maxwell, some of the adventurers could not help but shed tears. Ron struggled to get up, but after taking 2 steps, he fell to the ground again. The injuries on his body were too severe. Suddenly, Ron only felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, and in just a moment, the injuries on his body were as good as new. He turned back to look, but it was an adventurer he did not know, a shadow priest. "Thank you." Ron thanked him sincerely. "You're welcome." That shadow priest hurriedly waved his hand, his face full of gratitude as he stuttered, "If it wasn't for you, perhaps we would already be dead." The surviving adventurers began the rescue operation. No one took the lead, and no one organized it. They were all silently doing what they had to do, using healing spells and health potions to rescue those adventurers who were on the verge of death from the embrace of the Grim Reaper. Right, Frigga. Thinking of Frigga, Ron became anxious. At this time, a familiar voice entered his ears. "Ron." Ron turned back to look and saw Frigga walking quickly towards him. After being treated by those adventurers, her condition was much better than Ron's, but she looked a little dispirited. "Frigga." Ron suddenly pounced over, and the two of them hugged each other tightly. After a while, they reluctantly separated. When her gaze met with Ron's, Frigga blushed and lowered her head. "Did you hear what I said just now?" "I heard." Ron was stunned and nodded honestly. "You're naughty." Frigga was extremely shy and raised her fist as if she was about to hit him. Cough, cough. The sound of coughing could be heard. Firth and Hao Qin had arrived at some point in time. When they saw this scene, they could only pretend that they did not see it. Lord R.A. Firth. "Lord Hao Qin, are both of you all right?" "That's great." Ron was surprised to see the two of them and shouted in surprise. "I'm fine, I won't die yet." Firth smiled and looked at Hao Qin. However, when he saw the faint smile on Hao Qin's face, he blushed and immediately looked away. "Where is High Priestess Undine?" Frigga looked left and right, looking for Undine. "I'm here." Undine stuck out a hand from the ruins and waved at them, pulling Firth and Hao Qin. They quickly ran over and helped Undine up from the ruins. Only then did Ron heave a sigh of relief, a smile on his face. Swish, swish. At the end of the stone bridge that connected to the Bartolo's prison, circles of light lit up one after another. Then, those people disappeared. Those frightened people fled as fast as they could. They didn't want to stay in this damn place for even a moment longer. At this time, the other divine necromancer Klein was also rescued by the other adventurers. He was supported by someone as he limped over. That person brought Klein to Ron's side and bowed to him before turning to leave. Frigga and the others looked at each other and tactfully nodded before leaving at the same time. They knew that the two of them must have something to say. The two of them looked at each other for a long time and fell into silence. They did not know what to say. At this time, Klein smiled. Fortunately, we all survived. Yes, we all survived. Ron could not help but sigh. At this moment, he felt as if he had just survived a disaster. Along the way, they had encountered countless powerful enemies. It was no exaggeration to say that they could not defeat a single one of them. But in the end, they still survived. "All right, Klein, are you all right?" Ron asked with concern. I'm fine," Klein smiled. At this moment, he was covered in injuries. Even his clothes were damaged in many places. They were tattered beyond recognition, revealing his deathly pale skin. "Are you going back?" Klein asked. His eyes revealed a trace of reluctance. He glanced at Ron and said in a joking tone, "How about you don't go back to the Noah continent? Come back to the undead plane with me. I haven't considered it yet. If I think about it carefully, I will go." After the battle in Bartlow's prison, Ron lamented that his strength was too insignificant. How big was the Noah continent? It was only one of the countless secondary planes. The legendary undead plane was even more vast and great. Ron's heart could not help but waver. Perhaps the undead plane was worth a visit. "That's a pity," Klein said. He could not hide the disappointment on his face. As the adventurers left one after another, the destroyed hall seemed empty. The people who were lucky enough to survive had almost all left. Ron's gaze inadvertently swept over. At this time, he saw Klein's torn clothes on his shoulder, revealing a red thing. "What's that?" Ron's pupils shrank. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. A familiar red swastika symbol was reflected in his eyes. That's the symbol of the Red Silk Army. In an instant, Ron felt as if he had been heavily punched. He stood there in a daze, his mind blank. Klein, he was a member of the Red Silk Army. That's right. He wrapped the red silk symbol in his clothes to hide his true identity. But why did he hide his identity? The Red Silk Army had committed all kinds of crimes. In order to achieve their evil goals, they had even destroyed many teleportation points, leaving everyone with no choice but to enter the dangerous Bartolo's prison and face the powerful primordial guards, as well as the primordial dragon Maxwell, who was 10,000 times more terrifying than the primordial guards. This was the reason why Klein had been hiding his identity. At this time, Ron suddenly thought of something and his whole body trembled. "So, that matter was like this." "I understand." Ron stared at Klein. In an instant, he made up his mind. Klein frowned. "What's wrong, Ron? You seem a little unwell." Ron. Before Ron could reply, Frigga, who was talking to Undine and the others, ran over in a panic. She ran in front of Ron and Klein and anxiously said, "Ron, look, something happened in the Noah continent again." As she spoke, she extended the telepathic necklace in her hand in front of Ron. The necklace in Frigga's hand shone brightly, the light illuminating the surroundings. The telepathic necklace was connected to the user's mind. The more anxious the user was, the brighter the light the necklace emitted. Ron immediately took out the telepathic necklace and looked. His necklace was the same. It seemed that something really did happen in the Noah continent, and it was a big matter. "Ron, we must hurry back." Frigga grabbed Ron's hand. "Ron, if you have something to do, then hurry back." Klein echoed. "No, I can't go." Chapter 799. As soon as he said this, not only were Frigga, R.A., Firth, and the others shocked, but even Klein was stunned. "Why?" Everyone's eyes widened as they asked in confusion. "Why?" Ron smiled coldly and glanced at Klein. "Ask him." "Me?" Klein frowned. "Does this have anything to do with me?" "Of course." Ron turned around, and there was no smile on his face. He stared intently at Klein and said word by word, "Then please tell me. Dear Mr. Klein, how did Pamir die?" Ron's words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone. Klein's expression immediately stiffened. Frigga's eyes widened as she looked at the two of them in disbelief. She then looked at Klein and stammered, Is this true?" "Ron, it seems that you have misunderstood me." In just an instant, Klein's face regained its calmness. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he paused, spread out his hands, and put on an innocent expression. "Ron, you actually think that I killed Pamir? Besides, he's just a powerhouse from the sacred domain. What good would it do me to kill him?" Klein's words were reasonable, and everyone's confidence in Ron began to waver. Frigga also said hesitantly, "Ron, are you mistaken?" "I'm not mistaken." Ron sneered and took out something from his arms. He said loudly, "Klein, look at what this is." As he spoke, he raised the thing in his hand high. The thing in Ron's hand was something that looked like a strip of red and white cloth. It was obvious that this thing was incomplete, as if it had been forcibly torn in half from the middle. The moment he saw the thing in Ron's hand, Klein's heart sank, and his expression became somewhat unnatural. This was found in Pamir's hands. Pamir had been holding this thing tightly before he died. Ron said as he waved the strip of cloth in his hand. He glanced at Klein and continued, "As everyone can see, this thing is incomplete. I didn't know what it was at first, but..." Ron paused and smiled. "When I saw what Klein was hiding in his clothes, I knew what it was. Am I right?" "Mr. Klein, what is that?" Frigga asked. "The Red Silk Army." Ron's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a faint murderous intent. "What? The Silk Army?" Everyone was shocked. Frigga took a step back in shock, staring at Klein in disbelief. At this time, everyone's gaze pierced through the torn clothes on Klein's shoulder. Sure enough, they saw a red and white swastika armband. You're a member of the Red Silk Army?" The situation instantly became tense, and the atmosphere dropped to the freezing point. After a brief moment of shock, Firth, Hao Qin, and the others were secretly on guard. It was the Red Silk Army who had destroyed all the strongholds, and they were also the culprits who had caused everyone to fall into such a state. "That's right, I am a member of the Red Silk Army, and I was the one who killed Pamir." After a round of silence, Klein finally admitted this matter. He raised his head slightly and looked at Ron, his once kind face turning cold. "So what? Do you even need to say it?" Ron's eyes were fixed on Klein, unwilling to back down. "I want to avenge Pamir." "Avenge?" Klein sneered. "Do you think you have the ability to do so?" Ron. Frigga swallowed hard, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Don't forget that something serious has happened on the Noah continent. Should we? Frigga's feelings were very complicated. She knew what Ron was thinking, but she did not want him to go against Klein. Firstly, Klein's strength was unfathomable, and Ron might not be his match. Secondly, it was not worth it to clash with a powerhouse of the celestial realm for the sake of an ordinary powerhouse of the sacred domain. However, Ron did not think so. To him, Pamir was his friend who had saved his life, even though he was not very strong. If his friend was killed and he just walked away, with Ron's personality, how could he let the murderer go? Thinking of the trouble the Noah continent was facing, Ron still hesitated. "You guys go back first. I'll come back after I've settled things here." Frigga was still hesitating, but she pulled Firth away. "All right, we'll go back first. Ron, take care." After saying that, she took a deep look at Ron and Klein before striding away. Frigga was pulled away by Firth. Before she left, she looked at Ron reluctantly. Whoosh, 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 several rings of light lit up, and apart from Ron, everyone in the Noah continent team disappeared into the spatial transmission array. The circle of light disappeared, and the light dimmed. In the hall that had been destroyed to the point of a lake, everyone had left. Only Ron and Klein were left. The huge temple appeared somewhat empty. Both of them were silent, and the atmosphere was stifling. "I didn't expect you to find out." Klein was the first to break the silence. He raised his head slightly, and there was no expression on his face. "But, do you really want to avenge that goblin?" Ron nodded and said in a low voice, "Yes, because he's my friend." "Am I not your friend?" Klein followed up with another question. "But Pamir doesn't have the strength, nor the motive." Ron had made up his mind, and his tone was very tough. "But I don't understand. Even if you're a member of the Red Silk Army, why did you have to kill this goblin who posed no threat to you?" "Because he's too smart, Ron. You have to know that smart people don't live long." Klein raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of provocation. At this moment, he had let go of all his scruples. "He knew something I didn't want others to know, so I killed him." "I understand now." Ron was silent for a long time. He stretched out his arms slightly, his back straight, and his face expressionless, but he couldn't suppress the burning anger in his eyes. He slowly took out his weapon. Your secret probably has something to do with the leader of the Red Silk Army, Utaris, who is imprisoned in Bartlow's prison. That's right, but unfortunately, you all found out too late. Lord Utaris has already been released from prison, and the Red Silk Army will once again be reborn, Klein said slowly. At this time, his hand slowly lowered, and not long after, a black nether snake staff appeared in his palm. At this moment, both of them understood that this battle was inevitable. This situation wasn't what Ron wanted. From another point of view, Klein was both a teacher and a friend to him. He gave him pointers on many things regarding cultivation, which made him feel enlightened and solved many problems and benefited greatly. However, Ron had his own principles, and these principles wouldn't waver because of Klein. Come, Klein sneered, and the bone staff in his hand drew an arc. The curtains to the showdown between the divine magi had finally begun. Almost at the same time, Klein and Ron's bodies turned into black fog, and they instantly disappeared. Necromancers had weak physiques, and they didn't have powerful defensive abilities. The only thing they could do was hide their bodies as much as possible, and use skeletons and other undead creatures to fight for them. Ka! 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 The tangible soil began to harden. White skulls drilled out of the ground that had hardened into purple chunks. These undead received the call of the law and traveled through countless space-time to arrive at the battlefield of the two undead divine magi in prison Bartolos. Kill! A terror knight waved a long blade in his hand and blew the horn to attack. Countless necromancers rushed forward like a tide. They were brave, fierce, and fearless. However, their enemies were also a group of undead, brave, fierce, and fearless. Boom, boom, boom. Countless skeletons, ghouls, gargoyles, dark knights, and other undead creatures fiercely collided with each other, and a great battle broke out. A skeleton hero waved the axe in his hand and chopped off the head of a skeleton warrior, but it was pulled into the air by a gargoyle. A few ghouls had just dismembered a zombie and eaten it, but they were blasted into meat powder by a skeleton archmage's magic in the blink of an eye. The battle between undead creatures was even more fierce and cruel. At this moment, their masters, Ron and Klein, were nowhere to be seen. Perhaps they had hidden their bodies, or perhaps they had transformed into undead creatures, hiding in the darkness and secretly watching everything. An endless stream of undead creatures were summoned, and the number of undead creatures summoned by both sides had already exceeded several 100,000. This was just the number of undead creatures that the two divine magi could casually summon. In all the previous planar wars, the number of undead creatures was often the most terrifying of all the participating parties. Even if it was a battle with extremely different tactics, the undead side would often throw in an undead army numbering in the hundreds of millions. That vast ocean of undead, their way of attacking like a tide, was enough to make any opponent tremble in fear. Klein and Ron were both geniuses of the undead world. Even in the main plane of the undead, they were top-notch existences. The battle between the two of them was difficult to distinguish. The best way to hide a grain of sand was to hide in the desert. At this moment, Ron was doing this. He had transformed into an ordinary skeleton warrior, hiding in the sea of skeletons. He was completely unremarkable. His pitch-black eyes were looking around, looking for traces of Klein. This was a relatively basic skill of necromancers, skeleton incarnation. Skeleton incarnation allowed necromancers to transform into ordinary skeletons. Not only their appearance, but their aura and demeanor were all concealed, making them look no different from an ordinary skeleton. This was also something that Ron had learned from Klein. It was a relatively low-level skill, but necromancy had been passed down to the Noah continent. Ron didn't know how to use it, and even Hamelin didn't know about the existence of skeleton incarnation in low-level necromancy. Ron knew that Klein was definitely hiding in the sea of skeletons. Perhaps he had transformed into a skeleton warrior, or perhaps he had transformed into a gargoyle, overlooking everything from the sky. This was the unique fighting style of necromancers. Just as Ron was looking around for Klein's figure, a voice entered his ears. Ron, give up. This kind of battle is meaningless. Ron turned his head to see Klein in his black robe, standing in the sky with an arrogant expression. The red silk armband on his arm was bright and eye-catching. Ron sneered, "What? You don't want to hide anymore?" "There's no need." Klein faintly smiled. "I already said that this kind of battle is meaningless. You and I have an incomparably vast soul force. If we summon these low-level undead to fight, who knows how long it will take? My time is precious. I don't have the time to waste with you." Utaris had awakened, and the Red Silk Army had been revived. Klein had too many things to do. He had no choice but to fight with Ron, but wasting time here was absolutely not worth it. "Oh, you can't keep your cool?" Ron cracked a smile, revealing a row of snow-white teeth, the fighting spirit in his eyes growing stronger. "That's not it." Chapter 800. Klein emerged from the hundreds of thousands of skeletons and said that Ron was no match for him. Of course, this was not empty talk because he had been hiding his strength all this time. "Is that so?" Ron laughed coldly. With a wave of his hand, he canceled the skeleton transformation skill and appeared from the skeletons, meeting Klein's gaze. "What makes you think you can?" "With my strength." Klein stood in the sky, quietly looking down at Ron. His eyes revealed a trace of pity, like a high and mighty expert looking at an insignificant and pitiful worm. "Perhaps you don't know, but from the beginning to the end, I've been hiding my true strength. Do you think my strength is similar to yours? Or that I'm a little stronger than you?" "Wrong. You're very wrong." Klein shook his head and took a step forward. In an instant, a powerful aura burst forth from his body, like an invisible pressure that filled the entire space. As if the shackles on his body had been removed, his strength suddenly exploded, and his level began to rise. What? Even Ron could not help but be moved by this huge change. Klein's strength had actually reached the peak of the Divine Realm. The peak of the Divine Realm was practically half a step into the Divine Realm, the same level as the green-clothed warden, and possibly even stronger. Klein had indeed hidden his strength. Ever since he had entered Bartlow's prison, even when facing his strongest enemy, the ancient dragon Maxwell, and even when facing death, he had forcefully restrained himself, not revealing his true strength. Of course, in front of Maxwell, this little bit of strength was not enough. However, after Utaris's return and the Red Silk Army was reborn, Klein no longer had any misgivings. He still had many things to do, and the most important thing was to defeat Ron. "No matter what, today I will defeat you and avenge Pamir." After seeing Klein's strength, Ron calmed down, his gaze becoming even more resolute, as if no one could shake his desire for revenge. "Come on." Klein's face was expressionless. "Ron, I will show you the true power of necromancy magic." Death Coil. Klein was the first to attack. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of threads shot out, transforming into countless ghosts that wrapped around Ron. As a sole attack, Death Coil was fully deserving of its name. Soul Devour. Ron opened his mouth wide and began devouring these Een spirits. To others, these Een spirits were a means of soul attacks, but to a necromancer, they were great nourishment. "Hee, you actually devoured the Een soul I summoned." "Not bad, not bad. I almost forgot that I was fighting an undead." Although Ron had dispelled the death entanglement, Klein didn't mind at all. He smiled and unleashed his domain. Seat of Dead Spirits. In an instant, the entire hall shook. With Klein's feet as the center, the earth hardened and quickly spread open. Countless undead wriggled through space and appeared on the 18th floor of Bartlow's prison. At a glance, millions of undead were densely packed, occupying the entire hall. These undead were constantly roaring and howling, like an army returning from hell. The appearance of millions of undead brought a powerful resentment that soared into the sky, forming a huge dark cloud that shrouded the entire space. The power of the undead on Klein's side suddenly increased several times. Under the influence of the sea of dead spirits, countless undead were born, surpassing Ron's in an instant. Among these undead, there were even high-level undead creatures, such as the abyssal bone dragon, frost dragon, and even the skeleton sovereign. The emergence of these high-level undead creatures greatly strengthened the power of Klein's side. The duel between undead was more dangerous than the duel between undead and other powerhouses. This was because after the undead creatures were killed, their corpses would turn into clouds of black gas and disappear. This black gas was the most precious tonic for the undead on the other side. After absorbing the black gas, not only could they recover from their injuries, but their fighting strength would also become stronger. Compared with Klein, the undead on Ron's side were far inferior in both quantity and quality. Soon, they were swallowed up by Klein's undead. In the sky, hundreds of frost dragons were roaring. On the ground, under the leadership of the skeleton sovereign, countless undead army approached and surrounded Ron all of a sudden. Even if Ron could fly, at this time he couldn't fly out. Undead calamity. In an instant, Ron also activated his domain. The powerful domain power was overwhelming, and countless undead were summoned to fight against the undead summoned by Klein. Like Klein, among the undead creatures summoned by Ron, there were also frost dragons, skeleton sovereigns, and other high-level creatures. Their appearance greatly strengthened the strength of Ron's side. The battle between the two undead was earth-shattering. The whole broken hall turned into a battlefield. The undead, who were not afraid of death, charged at each other, and the sound of killing shook the sky. In the confrontation between the two domains, Klein could not gain any advantage. "Ron, now I'll let you see my real power." Klein's face was expressionless. Facing Ron, he no longer held back. Klein stretched out his hand, and a black thread appeared in his palm and quickly condensed. Divine power, containing the extremely powerful law of death. That's right, this was the divine power of death. Death Vortex. At this time, Klein made his move. A strong death aura was overwhelming, like a mountain pressing down, and a suffocating smell could be felt within 100 miles. A powerful vortex suddenly opened, like a huge black hole. Under the guidance of the divine power, it sucked in everything around it. Among the undead summoned by Ron, except for the powerful undead, the weak undead were sucked into the huge vortex. They were crushed into pieces, turned into a cloud of black gas, and disappeared. After absorbing the black gas, the death vortex became more fierce and powerful. Divine power? You actually use divine power? Ron frowned, but he was not surprised. You think you're the only one who has the divine power of death. Ron smiled coldly, waved the bone staff in his hand, and chanted a spell in a low voice. The divine power of death quickly wrapped around his palm like a snake. At this time, his eyes turned green. Like Klein, Ron also mastered part of the law of death and could create the divine power of death out of thin air. Death withering. Ron also made his move and also used the divine power of death as a guide. This time, the power of the domain suddenly expanded 1,000 times. This was a confrontation between the divine power of death and the divine power of death. Neither side gave way to the other, and the two domains intersected, entangled, and collided. Klein's death vortex absorbed and strangled everything, while Ron's death withering corroded and corroded everything. Under the confrontation of the two diametrically opposite divine powers, all the undead creatures suffered. They were either swallowed by the death vortex or corroded by the death withering. In just an instant, more than half of the undead creatures disappeared. Under the collision of the two divine powers, Klein did not have a big advantage. At this time, he smiled slightly. Good, Ron. I still underestimated you. I didn't expect your strength to have grown to such a level. Unfortunately, you are still not my opponent. Not necessarily. Ron responded with a sneer. Klein, today, only one of us can leave here alive. Very well. I hope you can still talk to me like this later. Prepare to die. Klein's eyes shone brightly. He slowly raised the feet of the nether snake in his hand, and the powerful divine power of death once again shook the surroundings. At this moment, his long hair fluttered in the wind, and it was terrifying. I didn't expect him to have hidden his true strength. What's coming next is the real test. Ron clenched his fists, and his body trembled with excitement. He smiled slightly. But this is also good. Klein, if I could kill you so easily, how could I avenge Premier? Chapter 801. Boom! The entire ruined hall shook once more as Klein frantically poured his death divine energy into it. The power of his domain increased by 100-fold. The death vortex that was constantly spinning in the sky suddenly transformed into a gigantic skull. The skull floated in midair as its fluttering long hair resembled millions of whips. They flailed in the wind, and the skull's hollow eyes emitted a sinister glow. From afar, the skull looked somewhat similar to Klein's face. At this time, the huge skull's mouth slowly opened, revealing sharp teeth. That bloody mouth was like an unfathomable black hole. Domain, Death Devour. A strange suction force overflowed from the skull's mouth and collided with Ron's domain, causing the surrounding space to collapse. Death Devour, devour everything. In an instant, whether it was Ron's undead creatures or even the corrosive power of death withering, everything was absorbed and devoured. Not good. Ron was shocked. He only felt the power in his body uncontrollably surging forward. Even his soul was being drawn in as the corrosive power of death withering was being absorbed by the other party. At this time, Klein crazily laughed. "Ha! Ron, you're still too naive. Let me tell you one more thing. The biggest difference between you and me is not strength or realm, but race. Don't forget, Ron, you're only a human. I, Klein, come from the noble undead race. We undead race are 100 times better than other races when it comes to cultivating the power of the soul. We have a deeper understanding of death and the soul. This is a gap that you will never be able to surpass. Ron, you are a human undead mage. There is no way you can compare to the undead mages cultivated by the undead race. So today you're destined to die." Klein was calm and composed. At this moment, he had the upper hand. Death Hand. Ron clenched his teeth and urged his death divine energy once more. In an instant, a huge hand stretched out and grabbed that huge skull. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Dozens of loud sounds came from the front. The huge skull opened its mouth and the two forces collided. The huge black hand shook violently and turned into a black fog. The skull swallowed the huge hand again. It was as if the huge black hand had never appeared. Klein's death devour could devour everything, leaving nothing behind. What? How can this be? At this time, Ron's hands and feet were cold. Facing that terrifying skull with a powerful devouring power, he felt powerless for the first time. Am I really not his match? Can't I avenge Premier? Is there really such a huge gap between the necromancy magic practiced by humans and necromancers? Ron's heart was filled with sorrow. He wasn't afraid of death. Rather, he was unwilling and he was at a loss. Die! Klein, the skull, the skull, the skull, the skulls, the skull, 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 and this time. Ron moved his hand, and only then did he realize to his horror that he couldn't move his body. No, not good. Ron's eyes opened wide. His body involuntarily flew towards the skull's mouth. Ron struggled desperately, but the suction of Death Devour was too strong. Soon, he was sucked into the skull's mouth. Boom! There was a loud sound like muffled thunder. Ron only felt his vision go dark, and a sharp pain came from his mind. Yua! Ron let out a blood-curdling scream. At this moment, he felt as if his head was about to explode. In the depths of his knowledge sea, Ron's soul clutched his head and let out a painful cry. His body flickered and slowly dimmed. A large amount of black gas was emitted from his body, as if he was about to dissipate at any time. This was an extremely terrifying torture. The trembling from the depths of one's soul was like a person's soul being forcibly pulled out of their body. This kind of pain was not something ordinary people could bear. Ron, I originally didn't intend to do this, but since you're courting death, you can't blame me. This is the innate talent of the undead race. The necromancers you humans cultivate simply can't compare to us. Even if I teach you all of necromancy magic, you won't be able to make any big waves. Klein's face was full of malevolence, completely different from his previous amiable attitude. Ha ha! Struggle, scream, beg for mercy. Ron, you already have no chance. Today, you must die. Your soul will be my best trophy. After absorbing your powerful soul, I can even go one step further and condense godhood, directly becoming a god. Die. Klein fiercely waved the bone staff in his hand, his eyes filled with killing intent. At this time, the power of the terrifying skull condensed from Death Devour also rose to the peak in an instant. Ron could no longer hear what he was saying. His soul had already been separated from his body and absorbed into the terrifying skull's mouth. What was left was only a breathing corpse. I'm dead. Ron opened his eyes. His soul was drifting without any direction or purpose. He just drifted around like this, and as far as the eye could see, it was chaos. That's right, this is the death space, a world of death. The corner of Ron's mouth twitched a few times, and he laughed self-deprecatingly. Looks like I'm indeed not Klein's opponent. I didn't think I'd already be dead. After confirming that he was already dead, Ron's heart relaxed. In any case, he was already dead, so what was the use of thinking so much? Perhaps it was because he cultivated soul force, but Ron didn't take death too seriously. In his view, death was just another form of life. Life and death could be transformed into each other. But now, what could he do? Forget it. If I die, then I die. This is also good. It's over. Ron sighed and smiled bitterly. At this moment, he was slowly accepting reality. Death, to me, might be a kind of relief. After thinking through this point, Ron suddenly felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders and his whole body relaxed. Ron's soul kept drifting. In the death space, it was chaos. There was nothing, and he even forgot the passage of time. At this time, Ron's eyes flashed, and then his eyes suddenly opened wide. Light. He saw a beam of light. In this chaotic world of death, how could there be a beam of light? Ron's thoughts were attracted by that beam of light, and his body involuntarily drifted towards the position of that beam of light. When Ron arrived in front of that beam of light and saw what was inside, he was truly shocked. In front of Ron, there was a figure wearing a black robe. His back was facing Ron, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. However, his aura was one with the surrounding death space, as if he couldn't be felt. It was a tall man, and his long black hair fluttered in the wind. Under the illumination of that beam of light, it was unreal. Who are you? Why are you here? Ron asked softly. He only felt that this man was emitting a familiar aura, making him feel even more intimate. Sigh. The black-haired man let out a long sigh. His sigh was filled with deep helplessness and disappointment, as well as a feeling of resentment towards iron for not becoming steel. At this time, the black-haired man slowly turned around. His entire body was wrapped in a thick black robe, and his face was covered with a sinister skull mask, revealing only a pair of eyes. When Ron's eyes met with the other party's, his entire body shook, and he involuntarily screamed. Chapter 802. The imposing figure that appeared in front of Ron was none other than the Lich King that he had met a few times before. Even though Ron had never seen his face, he could recognize him just from his aura. Mysterious, cold, and powerful, the Lich King had the most obvious aura of a necromancer, and there was also a sense of disdain for the world. He was the leader of the scourge of the undead plane, the king in the hearts of all the undead. Right now, he was only an illusion. Even though he was only an illusion, the cold aura that the Lich King emitted made it hard for Ron to breathe. Even when facing the ancient Dragon Maxwell, Ron didn't feel this way. At this moment, the Lich King stood in front of Ron and stared at him with a pair of pitch-black eyes. His deep eyes revealed a deep disappointment. At this moment, the Lich King that appeared in the death domain slowly opened his mouth. Ron, you disappoint me too much. Could it be that you've already forgotten your mission? The Lich King's words were deafening, and Ron was stunned. He stood there blankly and muttered, My mission? Yes, your mission. The Lich King turned around and faced Ron. His face was still solemn, even though he was wearing a mask. Ron could feel that the other party's sword-like eyebrows were slightly raised under that terrifying mask, as if he was dissatisfied with him. Could it be that you've already forgotten? Ron was so nervous that he couldn't speak. So you really did forget. Seeing Ron's dazed expression, the Lich King sighed. His face became even more disappointed, and then his expression became even more severe. Looks like it's time for you to remember properly. After speaking, he extended a finger and lightly tapped. Ron only felt a boom sound, and a sharp pain came from his head. At this moment, Ron's eyes opened wide. The chaos in front of his eyes gradually became clear, and a magnificent scene slowly unfolded. It was a huge city. It was majestic, tall, and magnificent. Dazzling magic power flickered on top of the tall defense towers. Warriors in heavy armor stood on top of the city walls, ready to fight. However, the tense faces of these soldiers were filled with nervousness and fear. That was because in front of them was a huge, undead army that stretched as far as the eye could see. Countless blood-red skull flags fluttered in the wind and covered the plains. An uneasy aura that came from the depths of one's soul permeated the air above the city. In the crowd, a necromancer with a crown on his head stood on a tall wooden tower. Countless skeletons lifted the wooden tower from below and slowly moved towards the city wall. Kill! With the command of the undead army's commander, countless skeletons surged onto the city wall and engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy warriors. In the sky, frost dragons roared angrily. On the ground, there was a sea of skeletons. They were not afraid of death. Like a tide, they launched wave after wave of attacks on the city. The enemy was also very tenacious, but they could not stop the crazy skeleton tide. The city gate was breached, and the undead entered en masse. The enemy retreated as they fought. Finally, they retreated to the center of the city and fought with the undead in the streets. The undead were powerful, and they were not inferior in the streets. Soon, they killed the enemy until corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. With the fall of the last warrior, the undead army occupied the entire city. They executed the nobles in the city, and under the butcher's knife of the undead, all the citizens chose to submit. Other than leaving some warriors to guard the city, most of them continued to advance. The undead army was invincible, conquering one city after another. On the city walls of these cities, blood-red skull flags that symbolized the Calamity Army fluttered. The powerhouses of countless races trembled under the might of the undead army. The undead army was ferocious. They ruled thousands of worlds, defeated large armies, and conquered countless races. Everything in front of him made Ron's blood boil. He wished he could become a part of this terrifying army. He wanted to fight, to kill, to make the Calamity Army famous. This is already a thing of the past. The Calamity Army now cannot even withstand a single blow. At this moment, the Lich King's gloomy voice sounded in Ron's ears. At this moment, the scene in front of him changed to the undead plain where the Calamity Army was located. What entered Ron's eyes was a boundless plain. Very quickly, Ron saw two armies meet on the plain and start a confrontation. One side was the undead army. There were tens of thousands of them. There were necromancers, death knights, death warriors, and so on. There were all kinds of races and professions. From their equipment, it seemed like they were a powerful first-class army. The undead army was facing off against an unknown race that Ron had never seen before. They were shorter in stature, but they did not look like dwarves. Other than a few warriors at the front, most of them were mages with magic staffs. There were fewer of them than the undead army, only a few thousand of them. This race that was much shorter than dwarves was called the gnomes. Those with magic staffs were not mages, but arcanists. It was a powerful force that was similar to magic, but much more profound than magic. It had to be said that it was unfortunate for the dwarves to encounter the undead army that was several times more numerous than them on the plains. Everyone tensed up and waited for the battle to begin. The necromancer at the front said a few words loudly. The undead army that received the order began to move. They waved the Calamity Army's flag and surrounded the Gnome Legion like a metal bucket. They were prepared to use their advantage in numbers to destroy this weak army in one fell swoop. Facing an enemy that was several times their size, the Gnome Legion was not afraid. They slowly retreated and formed a defensive formation. The Gnome Arcanists began to cast spells to buff their warriors. A battle was about to break out. At this moment, the Calamity Army began to attack. Countless undead rushed towards the enemy like a tide. Kill! 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 The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. The battle was as fierce as ever. Perhaps knowing that they were going to die, the Gnome Legion exploded with powerful combat power. The light of combat aura and arcane spells flashed nonstop, repelling the undead army's attacks time and time again. The situation was in a stalemate, and the Gnome Legion was slowly leaning towards the gnomes. Compared to the Gnome Legion's powerful combat power, the undead army's battle was more impatient and rash. When the situation was slowly turning towards the Gnome Legion's favor, the Gnome Legion seemed to be hesitant. At this moment, the undead army's formation began to fall into chaos. At this moment, the Gnome Legion immediately launched a counterattack. Large numbers of undead were destroyed, turning into clouds of black mist and disappearing into the air. Without the protection of the undead army, the necromancers quickly became the targets of the Gnome Arcanists' arcane bullets. Fear was contagious and quickly spread throughout the army. Some people began to retreat and escape. Soon, it turned into an unprecedented defeat. The Gnome Legion took advantage of the situation and continued to pursue the undead army. They had once again created a classic battle where the Gnome Legion was outnumbered. Ron's mouth was wide open, and he could not close it for a long time. Was this still the Scourge Legion he had just seen? How did the Scourge Legion become like this? Looking at the blood-red skull flag on the ground that had been trampled into pieces, Ron felt a trace of mockery. This was a complete disgrace. They had a numerical advantage, and yet they had fought such a tragic battle. There were even a few dozen gnomes chasing hundreds of undead army away like ducks. Blood rushed to Ron's face. He clenched his fists tightly, and his body trembled uncontrollably. His eyes turned blood-red. The cries of killing in the distance did not stop. Figures in black robes fell to the ground one after another. In an instant, their bodies were pierced through by numerous sharp swords. At the same time, the Gnome Legion's arrogant laughter rang out, filled with contempt. The nobility and dignity of the undead army were completely trampled under the feet of the gnomes who were not even a meter tall. At this moment, Ron was furious. "Are you angry? But now is not the time for you to be angry." Just as Ron was furious, the Lich King's voice sounded in his ears. "What difference did you see between the undead army after the battle and the undead army before? What difference was there?" Ron was stumped. He carefully recalled the two scenes he had just seen. After a while, he understood. In the first scene, the undead army's faces were filled with strong self-confidence, a domineering aura, and a will to fight to the death. But in the second scene, the undead army no longer had these things in their eyes. Instead, it was replaced with confusion, cowardice, and even a lack of courage to fight. Ron spoke carefully. "That's right." The Lich King nodded. "Then do you know what they're lacking?" Ron shook his head in confusion. "Self-confidence." The Lich King said without hesitation, "These undead army have already lost their self-confidence. No matter how strong an army without self-confidence is, they will still be defeated. Undead army without self-confidence, they're not worthy of being called undead." The Lich King's words made Ron feel enlightened. The haze disappeared, and it was as if the road ahead had become bright. "I understand, Sir Lich King." Ron nodded heavily. "Go, Ron. Always remember your mission. The hope of the undead race will fall on your shoulders." The Lich King nodded. After saying this, his body flashed and turned into a shadow, slowly disappearing. Ron panicked and yelled, "Sir Lich King! Sir Lich King! However, the Lich King acted as if he didn't hear him. His body had already disappeared, leaving behind a chaotic space of death. He left just like that. Ron was a bit disappointed. The Lich King suddenly appeared and left in a hurry, leaving behind many unsolved mysteries. Ron still had many questions to ask. My mission. Thinking back to the scene just now, Ron couldn't help but bitterly smile. He could feel that the Lich King had placed high hopes on him. However, the Lich King thought too highly of him. How could the important mission of reviving the undead race fall on a human like him? Even the undead race's Klein was much better than a human like him, no matter if it was strength or reputation. At the very least, he wasn't a match for Klein right now. Sir Lich King, why are you leaving just like that? Even if you don't teach me how to defeat that guy, you should at least teach me how to leave Klein's death space. Could it be that confidence is all there is to it? Ron looked at the chaotic death space and bitterly smiled. The Lich King had appeared in the death space and met with Ron. After saying a bunch of nonsense, he left. In the end, nothing was resolved. This joke was a bit too big. Wait. Ron restrained his smile and became serious. He pondered for a moment, and his eyes flashed with light. I understand. The confidence that Sir Lich King talked about is that I have to be firm in my beliefs. As long as my beliefs are firm, there is nothing that I can't win. That's what the defeated undead lack the most. Ron slowly raised his head with a firm gaze. Under the guidance of the Lich King, his confidence that had hit rock bottom after being defeated by Klein had completely recovered. Chapter 803. After several major destruction, the temple on the 18th floor of Bartlow's prison had become a mess. In the middle of the broken temple, Klein was standing, and Ron was lying down. Ron, you're still too inexperienced, Klein muttered to himself with a victorious smile on his face when he saw Ron's fallen corpse. Ron, if you were a powerhouse of the undead race, with your talent, you might have become an existence that surpasses me. Unfortunately, you're a human after all. Practicing necromancy with a human body and soul will never surpass the undead race. We undead are natural soul controllers. However, there were no ifs in this world. Ron was already dead, and this was an ironclad fact. Ron, I know that your hometown is the Noah continent, but unfortunately, you'll never be able to return. Klein looked regretfully at Ron's corpse before looking into the distance. Since Lord Udalise has been released from prison, it's time for me to leave. Everything is going smoothly, and my plan is perfect. Klein's smile was full of confidence. In his plan, everyone was a pawn that could be sacrificed. Even the godlike sky dragon Udalise was just an object that he could use. Klein had just taken 2 steps when his body suddenly stiffened. He turned around and stared at Ron's corpse on the ground in disbelief. He saw that on Ron's corpse lying on the ground, specks of starlight were faintly discernible and flickering. That was clearly the soul fire. How could this be? How could the soul fire appear on a dead person? Impossible. Klein opened his mouth wide as he blurted out a sentence. At this time, with a pung sound, a large amount of cyan flames suddenly emerged from Ron's body, and the flames burned fiercely. Under the burning of the soul fire, the death aura on Ron's body slowly faded away, and his vitality began to recover bit by bit, repairing his broken body and soul. Finally, under Klein's astonished gaze, Ron slowly got up. Ron, you resurrected? Klein clenched his teeth, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. The situation in front of him was too strange, and it was beyond his expectations. A person whose soul had been devoured should not be able to revive. Klein stared intently at Ron, sizing him up in surprise. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he clenched the nether snake staff in his hand. After coming back to life, Ron felt his entire body relax. A carefree and unrestrained feeling filled his entire body. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Ron felt that the world was clearer than before. Every blade of grass, every tree, every insect, and every flower could be seen. Scenes that he had never seen before, sounds that he had never heard before, all poured into the depths of his soul. Ron knew that this was the work of the Lich King. When his soul had been destroyed by Klein, The Lich King had not only reconstructed his soul, but had also modified it. Although Ron's strength did not increase by too much, the strength of his soul was much stronger than before. There was more room for improvement, and it could accommodate more soul energy. It was like a cup. Although there was still a lot of water in the cup had become bigger, and it could hold more water in the future. These were the benefits that Ron had obtained, although he did not know what these benefits meant. After the initial shock, Klein's expression quickly returned to normal. For a necromancer who had dealt with souls and corpses for a long time, resurrecting the dead was nothing more than a normal thing. What made Klein puzzled was, how did Ron come back to life? Ron, you actually came back to life? How is this possible? Didn't your soul get swallowed up? Your body? What happened? Klein asked. It was the Lich King who saved me. Ron looked at Klein and smiled as he answered honestly. His dispirited state from being defeated by Klein had been swept away, and his smile was full of confidence. What? Klein stared blankly, and his brows furrowed. What did you say? You said the Lich King saved you? Haha, this joke is not funny at all. Ron did not defend himself. He only stood there calmly and looked at Klein with a faint smile. Klein stared blankly for a moment before his expression darkened. Ron, the Lich King, is already dead. Even if you don't want to say it, you don't have to use such a clumsy lie to deceive me. Perhaps you have some special treasure or equipment on you that can resurrect you, but that's not important. What's important is that even if you resurrect, you will not be my match. The goddess of luck will not always be on your side. The strong will always be the strong, and he doesn't need luck. Klein raised the bone staff in his hand, and his body moved slightly as he left the ground. Ron, you and I are both necromancers and should be on the same side. However, the last thing you should have done was to challenge me. You're seeking death. Klein, I never planned to challenge you. Everything I did was to avenge Pamir. Faced with the powerful Klein, the resurrected Ron did not back down. His eyes burned with fighting spirit. Klein laughed. Haha, you didn't hesitate to give up your life for that goblin. I don't know if I should say that you have principles, or should I say that you're stupid? It's just a goblin with the strength of the sacred domain. He has no value to me at all. Klein's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he said sternly, Ron, no matter how many times you resurrect, you will not be my match. Great God of death, your loyal follower will follow your guidance and bring death to this world. Death devour. A loud sound rang out, and the world shook violently. It was as if the god of death had descended. A terrifying giant skull stretched across the horizon, its black, bloody mouth wide open as if it wanted to devour everything in the world. The giant skull descended upon the small shrine, and in an instant, all the broken stones were lifted into the air and flew into the sky, constantly circling around. The entire world was collapsing, and it was a scene of doomsday. It was this giant skull that gave Ron a terrifying memory. It was the feeling of death. However, at this moment, there was no fear in Ron's eyes. He quietly looked at the sky, his face expressionless. Death devour? Haha. To me, death is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is sinking into the endless space, being tortured, forgetting time, forgetting everything. Ron slowly waved the bone staff in his hand and chanted in a low voice. When he finished chanting the last syllable, a powerful aura surged out, shaking the world. Death space. A green wave of air suddenly spread out, enveloping the entire space. The power of the death space was even more powerful than Klein's death devour, and the giant skull he summoned was also enveloped in it. Not good. Boom. Klein only felt his vision darken, and then he found himself in a dusky space. Klein composed himself and looked around. He saw that the surroundings were chaotic, and the dusky sky was very oppressive. The space in the distance was endless. What is this place? Why am I here? Where's Ron? An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Forget it. Let's look around first. There must be an exit here. Klein gritted his teeth. Pong! His body turned into a black fog and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Klein flew at high speed in the chaotic space. As he flew, his heart sank. Although Klein did not know where this place was, he knew that he had been tricked by Ron. Damn it, if I can get out of here. Klein secretly gritted his teeth, his black eyes full of ruthlessness. At this moment, Klein only saw a blur in front of his eyes. Ron's figure instantly appeared in front of Klein, as if he had always been there. It's you? Ron, you're finally willing to appear? Ha, go to hell, you don't have any chance this time. Klein gnashed his teeth and said. At this moment, Ron was standing in the void, coldly looking at him. He sighed slightly. Klein, do you still not understand? You've already lost. I've lost. Klein laughed crazily as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. His smile faintly revealed a sinister look. I've lost. I've lost to you? How is that possible? Klein shouted in exasperation. Ron, just you wait. I'll tear you to pieces right now. After saying that, he waved the nether snake staff in his hand and mobilized his soul force. Ron did not move at all, still looking at him expressionlessly. At this moment, Klein's movement stopped. His eyes opened wide, revealing an intense look of disbelief. How? How is that possible, my power? How did my power disappear? Ron, what did you do? Klein hysterically shouted. Don't waste your energy, Klein. Ron slowly said, this is the death space that I created with my divine power. In here, I am a master. From a moment you entered the death space. You've already lost. I've lost. No, I won't lose. Even if I did, I won't lose to you. Ron, don't forget, you'll always be a human. In the world of necromancy, we, the undead, are the experts. You, a branch family, will never understand the truth of necromancy. Even though he was already in this situation, Klein still could not accept this reality in his heart. He seemed to have gone crazy as he charged towards Ron. Sigh. Ron shook his head and sighed softly. He stretched out his hand and waved casually. Boom! Klein only felt a violent tremor in his mind, followed by a blank space. From this moment on, Klein truly understood that he had lost. He had really lost. His sea of consciousness was collapsing, and his soul was heavily injured. To a necromancer, physical injuries were never as serious as injuries to the soul. Klein's vision blurred, and his thoughts returned to reality in an instant. He was in that broken temple. In the broken temple, there were only Ron and Klein. What was different from before was that Ron was standing and Klein was lying down. Ron, who was standing in front of Klein, had an indifferent expression. He did not even have the joy of victory. He looked coldly at Klein, a trace of pity in his eyes. Klein, on the path of necromancy, there is no insurmountable gap between the undead and humans. What determines the level of strength is the level and realm. It is undeniable that the undead have a natural advantage in necromancy, but this does not mean anything. Ron said slowly. He was not worried about Klein's counterattack before his death, because in this battle, he had gained self-confidence. That was a firm self-belief, which was the strongest strength in itself. Klein stared fixedly at Ron for a long time, and finally lost. He retracted his gaze, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times as he sighed slightly. I've lost. Chapter 804. Amidst the rubble of the ruins, Ron and Klein looked at each other quietly. The atmosphere fell silent, and neither of them spoke. After defeating Klein and avenging Pamir, Ron didn't feel much joy in his heart. On the contrary, he felt a little melancholy. Along the way, Klein could be considered Ron's friend and mentor. He had taught Ron many cultivation techniques. Even a method to summon the skeleton sovereign had been taught by him. But in the end, Ron still defeated Klein. He had been thoroughly defeated. His soul had been severely injured, and his knowledge, had almost collapsed. Physical injuries could be healed with healing spells or health potions, but injuries to the soul were very difficult to heal, and there was no such medicine. Only a powerful existence like the Lich King Hermes could repair damaged souls. Why? Even if Pamir knew your identity, why did you have to kill him? He's just a powerhouse of the sacred domain. The Red Silk Army has nothing to do with him. After a long time, Ron finally broke the silence and asked Klein, who was lying on the ground on the verge of death. Klein revealed a bitter smile. Is there any point in saying this now? I want to know. Ron calmly looked at him. It's very simple. Apart from knowing my identity, he also deduced many things from my actions. Although this guy isn't very strong, he's quite smart. Ron, you have to know that without the support of powerful strength, a smart person often doesn't live long. Klein smiled meaningfully, revealing a row of white teeth. Although Ron's state of mind was firm, when he heard Klein's words, his eyes turned red and his body trembled. He clenched his fists tightly, the anger in his heart burning fiercely. At this moment, Ron wanted nothing more than to use Frost Nova to kill this cold-blooded and cruel guy. Klein had no remorse for killing an innocent person to cover up his secret. Ron calmed his agitated heart, and his clenched fists loosened slightly. He coldly said, "Your Red Silk Army's target was Utaris, who was imprisoned in Bartlow's prison, right? In order to rescue Utaris from prison, you tricked countless adventurers into coming here and then destroyed the planar teleportation array, forcing them to enter Bartolo's prison to clear the way for you. Because of this, countless people paid with their precious lives. Is this how your Red Silk Army does things?" Cough, cough. At this moment, Klein coughed a few times, his eyes revealing a cold light. In order to achieve your goal, it's normal to use some methods. Haha. Ron, do you think those adventurers are good people? These people are greedy and ignorant. For wealth and benefits, they won't shrink from any crime. Death is the best punishment for them. However, my plan succeeded. Lord Utaris was successfully released from prison, and he will once again take control of the Red Silk Army. The Red Silk Army will once again revive, and with the momentum of a whale, sweep through the entire mortal plane. The more Klein spoke, the more excited he became. His pale face was suffused with a strange red color. Ron knew that this was a reflection of the setting sun. Cough, cough. At this point, Klein violently coughed. Now that the truth was finally out, Ron learned many things about the Red Silk Army from Klein. 100,000 years ago, the powerful divine bee-sky dragon Utaris, in order to resist the oppression of the mortal plane's powerful existences, launched the Red Silk Uprising that shocked the entire mortal plane. Countless rebels used the Red Silk Army as a symbol, and under the leadership of Utaris, set off a reign of terror in the mortal plane. The Red Silk Army spread like a raging fire, constantly besieging cities and seizing lands. Their momentum shook the entire mortal plane. As the Red Silk Army grew stronger, it finally caused panic in several powerful existences of the mortal plane. The powerful existences began to mobilize their forces, gathering dozens of armies to encircle and annihilate the Red Silk Army. Compared to the powerful existences that had experienced countless years, the Red Silk Army, whose foundation was unstable, was not a match for them, and was annihilated by several powerful existences. After the Red Silk Army was defeated, its members either died, were injured, or fled. Their leader, Utaris, was suppressed by several powerful existences and imprisoned in the land of exiles Bartlow's prison. Finally, the question in his heart was answered, but Ron could not be happy. To the powerful existences of the mortal plane, the Red Silk Army was a provocative rebel, but to the innocent adventurers involved in the rescue operation, the Red Silk Army was an out-and-out demon. In the broken temple, the atmosphere fell silent again, leaving only Klein's increasingly heavy breathing in the air. His eyes grew wider and wider, and gradually the light in his eyes faded. His heavily injured soul also showed signs of dissipating. You are an undead. Why not join the forces of the undead, such as the Scourge? Ron was silent for a moment before he finally asked. Scourge? Klein was stunned for a moment, his eyes wide open, looking at Ron as if he were looking at a fool. After a long while, he could not help but laugh. Ha ha, what did you say? You want me to join the Scourge? Ron, if I'm not crazy, then you must be crazy, haha. Klein laughed until tears flowed out of his eyes, and he could not stop coughing. After a while, he stopped laughing and looked at Ron with eyes full of mockery. What happened to the Scourge? Ron was shocked. He urgently wanted to know about the Scourge. It was related to his mission. Huh? Klein sneered. 100,000 years ago, the Scourge army was at its strongest under the leadership of the Lich King Hermes. However, ever since Hermes' death, the Scourge army has deteriorated day by day. As for now, bah, the Scourge now is just a joke. When he spoke of the Scourge, Klein's eyes were full of disdain and even deep hatred. Haha, the current leader of the Scourge is the Lich King Gugerian. Haha, this is a rather useless fellow. I would rather die than serve him. If you go to the mortal plane of the undead, you might be able to see him. Klein laughed coldly. What? Ron's body trembled. He obtained two pieces of information from Klein's words. The first was that the Scourge was still there, but their strength was much weaker than before. The second was that Hermes was not the only Lich King. There was another fellow called Gugerian, who was also the current leader of the Scourge. In reality, Lich King was only a title among the undead. However, this title was extremely noble, and not just anyone could be given this title. Lich King? Gugerian? Ron muttered this name carefully, as if trying to read some information from this name. Haha, the incompetent Gugerian simply can't compare to Lord Utaris. Whether it is strength or prestige, the difference is not small. Only Lord Utaris is a true expert. Under his leadership, the Red Silk Army will regain its former glory. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see it. Klein's eyes revealed a boundless longing for life. If possible, he was willing to follow Utaris. Unfortunately, he did not have the chance. As for the undead, Ron, forget about them. The undead have no hope, Klein muttered. His words revealed a deep resentment towards the undead. As he said this, his eyes gradually lost their luster, indicating that his life was about to end. Klein spoke of many secrets of the undead in one breath, causing Ron to be incomparably shocked and speechless for a long time. After a long silence, Ron finally asked his last question. You have already successfully rescued Utaris from prison. Where is he? Where'd he go? Klein smiled bitterly, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Lord Utaris left long ago. After defeating Maxwell, he will go and retrieve what belongs to him. What is it? Ron asked subconsciously. Noah. Continent, what? Ron trembled. Chapter 805. When Ron defeated Klein in a distant space-time on a plane called the Noah continent, the powerhouses of the entire continent were trembling under the terrifying aura of the mythological beast. On the huge battlefield that had been swept into a plain, a young woman stood in the air with her hands behind her back, calm and composed, her expression arrogant. She had beautiful blonde hair, and her whole body was full of a noble aura. Coupled with her delicate face, she was like a beautiful angel walking in the world. But this young woman with the face of an angel was not an angel, but a demon who wanted to take people's lives. The young woman smiled slightly. She had reason to look down on the powerhouses of the Noah continent in front of her. The combined strength of these people was not even comparable to her finger. What do you want? Hamelin, Besley, and Kay looked nervous and asked in trembling voices. They had already felt the huge gap in strength between them and the other party. I'll give you a choice, the young woman smiled and said in a very cold tone. Pledge your loyalty to me, or die. Like a sudden clap of thunder, it heavily struck the bottom of everyone's heart. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Surrender, or die? Hamelin and the others looked bitter. This was indeed a very simple choice, but under the power of the other party, the survivors had no choice. One was to lose their lives, and the other was to sell their souls. What do we do now? Kadena was burning with anxiety. She looked at Aurora and D-Lin with a pleading look. The strength of the other party was far beyond everyone's estimation. Now the Noah continent was in danger. Aurora fiercely gritted her teeth. Don't worry, I've already sent out a message for help. I believe that Ron received the message and will definitely come back to save us, Aurora said, but in fact, she was not sure. God knows whether Ron received the message or not, or was already dead. Yes. D-Lin reluctantly squeezed out a smile on her face, But Ron won't be so easy to wait. He won't appear until the last moment. At the most desperate moment, everyone placed their hopes on Ron. If only he were still alive. Aurora sighed and looked helplessly at the sky, as if there was Ron's shadow in the sky. The young woman waited calmly, but after a long time, no one responded. She finally became impatient and sneered. "It seems that none of you are willing to pledge your loyalty to me. Very well, then you can only die." Without any warning, the young woman suddenly attacked. A powerful flame aura instantly condensed, and then a huge pillar of fire fell from the sky. As if the heavens had descended, a powerful flame aura almost burned the entire sky. This pillar of fire contained the power of a god. It was a type of elemental divine power, the divine power of fire. Not good. Hamelin, Kay, and Besley cried out in alarm. The young woman's target was not them, but Kadena and the others. How could an ordinary powerhouse of the sacred domain resist the attack of a divine beast? It would only take a moment for them to turn into ashes. Everyone's heart suddenly tightened. Hamelin and the other powerhouses of the sacred domain wanted to save them, but it was too late. On the ground, Kadena and the others were pale with fright. In the face of such a powerful and unparalleled power, they closed their eyes in despair. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The pillar of fire falling from the sky seemed to have hit a hard barrier and instantly melted like spring snow. Countless flames scattered like fireworks. Who is ruining my good fortune? The young woman, who was the incarnation of the phoenix, turned her head angrily and shouted loudly. Noah? When she turned her head and looked at the sky not far behind her, her eyes fell on the tall and imposing figure, and her pupils could not help but shrink. Lord Noah? Hamelin and the others rubbed their eyes, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on their faces. Lord Noah has finally returned. The person who came was Noah. He stood high in the sky, quietly sizing up the young woman with a pair of golden eyes, his whole body exuding unfathomable power. Lord Noah, suddenly seeing Noah, Hamelin and the others saluted. Everyone living in the Noah plane respected this powerful planar guardian from the bottom of their hearts. On the other hand, Kadena and the others cheered loudly. Unfortunately, the Noah in front of them was not his main body, but a phantom. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. When a young woman saw Noah, her whole body trembled, her teeth chattering, and her eyes overflowing with hatred. It's you? You actually came back. The young woman gnashed her teeth and said. Facing Noah, her voice actually trembled. Noah's face was expressionless, but now he smiled faintly. Long time no see. Servia, I didn't think we would meet again. Only then did Hamelin and the others know that this young woman with the identity of a divine beast in front of them was called Servia. Noah glanced at her and said slowly, After I defeated you, I destroyed your body, but your soul escaped. I didn't expect you to not repent after all these years and actually come here. That's right, Servia sneered. I'm the great divine beast, the undying bird. As long as my soul is not destroyed, I will be reborn. All these years, there was not a moment when I didn't want to take revenge on you. If not for my strength being greatly reduced after my rebirth, do you think you would be able to live peacefully until now? Noah nodded slightly. Back then in the main plane, it doesn't matter who was right and who was wrong. But if you want to take revenge, just come to me alone. Using the power of a divine beast to indiscriminately kill the innocent. What's the difference between you and the devil? That's right. I want to kill all of you. Servia roared, her face becoming distorted. I purposely waited for you to leave the Noah continent before making my move. Haha, when you return and see the ruins of the Noah continent, it will be too late for regrets, right? You are simply unreasonable. Noah shook his head helplessly. At this moment, there was some anger on his face, and he smiled coldly. Since that's the case, there's no need for us to continue talking. As long as I completely kill you, the living beings of the Noah continent will have a day of peace. Ha ha ha, kill me. Can you do it? Servia covered her mouth and laughed loudly. Don't forget, what appeared here now is not your true body, but merely a projection of your avatar. With just this bit of power, you can't do anything to me, Noah. I admit that I can't kill you, but I can destroy your divine avatar and the Noah continent that you treasure. Ha! Noah, I will make you regret it. I will make you blame yourself for eternity. Servia screamed crazily, her beautiful face becoming extremely ferocious. At this moment, there was a boom sound, and a large amount of flames emerged from Servia's body, accompanied by the clear cry of a bird. Under the shadow of the flames, her body underwent a huge change. In front of the terrifying divine power of fire, the entire world trembled. A huge bird that was dozens of times larger than a phoenix and covered in flames appeared between heaven and earth. That was the undying bird, Servia's true body. She spread her wings, and the wingspan of several kilometers covered the sky. The entire sky seemed to be roasted and turned red. The terrifying aura of fire shook the world, and the moisture in the space evaporated. Even standing on the ground a few kilometers away, one could feel the scorching heat in the air. The undying bird that had transformed into her true body was filled with the majesty of a divine beast. She raised her head and let out a clear cry, and a powerful force shook the entire space. This is the true strength of a divine beast. Kay, who was not far away, clenched his fists tightly as he felt the increasingly blazing aura of the flames. Because he used too much strength, his fists were clenched until they turned white. At this moment, he understood that in front of a true divine beast, the strength of the divine domain that he was so proud of was nothing. There will be a day when I will also become a true divine beast. I will definitely. Kay relaxed his clenched fists and secretly swore in his heart. His eyes flashed with a resolute radiance. The might of the divine beast shocked everyone. Even Hamelin couldn't help but sweat for Noah. Facing this terrifying divine beast, could Lord Noah defeat her? Standing in front of the huge divine beast, Noah seemed somewhat weak and small. His body was only about the size of Servia's eyes, but his eyes remained calm. The divine beast's shocking aura didn't affect him in the slightest. At this moment, Noah smiled faintly. You are right, Servia. The body that appeared here is only a projection. But don't forget that you are not at your peak. You only have the appearance of a divine beast, but you don't have the strength that a divine beast should have. My current strength is indeed inferior to yours, but to kill you, it is enough. The moment the words, "it is enough," fell, Noah moved. As soon as he made his move, it was accompanied by a shocking aura of a powerhouse. It was as if heaven and earth had overlapped in an instant. Sword of heaven and earth. A huge golden sword appeared in Noah's hand in an instant. It crossed the horizon and fiercely chopped down on Servia's body with lightning speed. No, impossible. The moment the huge sword chopped down, Servia finally realized her fear. She cried out in horror, "Impossible, impossible! How did your law of strength increase to such a terrifying level?" Servia had miscalculated. She didn't think that the Noah in front of her was no longer the Noah of the past. While she was recovering her strength, the other party's strength had also grown. Under the powerful force, the true body of the undying bird collapsed, revealing Servia's original appearance. Her body was covered in wounds, and she was battered and exhausted. Her beautiful face was filled with fear. "Noah, I beg you, let me go. I am willing to do anything for you. I am willing to be loyal to you. I am willing to offer my soul." Perhaps sensing the impending death, Servia finally couldn't help but beg for mercy. "Your suggestion is very attractive, but unfortunately, it's too late." In the face of Servia's bitter begging, Noah was unmoved. He said indifferently, "Your appearance has already disrupted my plan. Now, you can die." Under the powerful pressure, Servia's body turned into countless pieces. At this moment, a green ball of light flew out from the disintegrated flesh and blood, quickly escaping into the distance. "That's her soul. Be careful. She's trying to escape." How could Serbia's little tricks hide from Hamelin, who trained in necromancy magic? He cried out in alarm to warn Noah, and at the same time, prepared to release necromancy magic to trap that ball of light. Hamelin's movements were very fast, but unfortunately, Noah was even faster. He stretched out his hand, and a golden aura came out of his body and fiercely blasted the green ball of light. Compared to Hamelin, Noah was more direct. He wanted to destroy Serbia's soul and completely eliminate this hidden danger. Noah, you're ruthless. Serbia cried out loudly. At this moment, her fragile soul began to disappear. Chapter 806. Inside a teleportation portal located in the Roland Empire's Kalov province, there was a sea of people everywhere. The shouts of adventurers rose and fell. Make way. Let me pass first. Don't push. Damn it. I won't be polite if you keep pushing. Get lost. Don't block the way. Due to the appearance of the divine realm's alien beasts, the people who had no way to resist began to flee. These fleeing people crowded the entire magic transmission array, and there were still countless people rushing over. Under the havoc of the divine realm's alien beasts, there was no safe place in the entire Noah continent, except for one, the alien plane. Although the other plane was also filled with beasts and danger lurked everywhere, it was still much better than the divine beasts that wreak havoc in the Noah continent. The divine beasts without intelligence were very ferocious and killed everywhere. The cities they descended upon were all turned into ruins. Regardless of whether they were humans or animals, they all died under the bombardment of magic. Don't rush, don't push. One by one, the person maintaining order was a skinny old man with a white beard. He himself had the strength of a swordsman, but because there were too many people coming, his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. The old man's words did not have any obvious effect. Facing the swordsman, even a powerhouse from the sacred domain would be powerless, let alone a swordsman. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, the circle of light of the teleportation portal lit up. It was different from the rising circle of light just now. This time, the circle of light was descending, which meant that someone was coming from the other plane. What's going on? In this place full of refugees, there are still people coming from the other side? Isn't this causing trouble? The old man, maintaining order, gradually frowned and muttered to himself. His face was full of displeasure. When the portal was in the middle of teleportation, it couldn't be used at the same time. The fleeing crowd instantly quieted down, and some people had a mocking look on their faces. If these people knew that coming back was equivalent to suicide, they would probably regret it so much that their intestines would turn green. Everyone stared nervously at the portal that was constantly operating. Finally, the portal stopped, and a few figures of different heights slowly appeared in the center of the portal. That's when the old man saw the few figures walking out of the portal, he was stunned. He rubbed his eyes, and there was a look of disbelief in his eyes. Oh my God, what am I seeing? It's President Frigga. There's also Elder R.A. Firth of the Dragons, Lord Undine of the Elven High Priestess, Lord Hauchin of the Beaumont clan. What's going on? Didn't they disappear during the teleportation? Why are you back? Could it be that they went to another plane? Were saved? As soon as Frigga and the others appeared, they caused waves of cheers. Everyone respected these famous realm of the gods' powerhouses from the bottom of their hearts. What's going on? Why are there so many people at the teleportation point? Looking at the dense crowd below, Frigga frowned. Yeah, look, they look like they're fleeing, the chief elven priestess Undine said. Say, Sir Speaker, the white-haired old man came over and stammered. These people fled here to escape the pursuit of strange beasts from the realm of the gods. They want to go to another plane of existence. What? Strange beasts from the realm of the gods. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the faces of all the realm of the gods' powerhouses changed. Strange beasts from the realm of the gods? Why would strange beasts from the realm of the gods appear on the Noah continent? Hauchin of the Beaumont clan raised his eyelids slightly, his eyes shining brightly. He stared at the old man. his gaze piercing through him like a sharp sword. The old man with the strength of a swordsman broke out in cold sweat under Hao Qin's gaze. I don't know either. They seem to have appeared out of nowhere. 3 of them appeared at once. These strange beasts from the realm of the gods are very ferocious. They wreak havoc everywhere. No one in the entire Noah continent can stop them. The old man stammered out the conclusion of the matter. 3 strange beasts from the realm of the gods. R.A. Firth's expression became serious. He turned around and glanced at Frigga, Hao Qin, and the others. I think this should be the reason why they used the plane transmission to ask us to return. Frigga raised her head, her eyes full of determination. We must stop them immediately. Undine closed her eyes and slowly raised her staff. After a while, she said, "The power of nature has already helped us find the target. They are southwest of us. Let's go." No one hesitated any longer. With a whistle, they disappeared into the sky. These people are so powerful. My heart almost stopped when they looked at me. Some of the adventurers who had recovered from the shock felt lingering fear. It would be great if I had such powerful strength. Seeing the figures of Frigga and the others slowly disappear, everyone's eyes were filled with envy. It's finally over. The soul of the divine beast Phoenix gradually disappeared into the void. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the godlike Noah standing in the sky, their hearts spontaneously welled up with a surge of respect. Look, what is that? At this time, the elven holy archer Aurora, who was far away from the battlefield, pointed into the distance and shouted as if she had discovered a new continent. "There's nothing there." Vivian, Kadena, and the others looked into the distance, but they could not see anything. There are a few small black dots. They seem to be people. They are flying over here at high speed. Aurora's eyes could see farther than ordinary people. At this time, her eyes suddenly opened and turned green. That was the elven archer's exclusive skill, focus. They were getting closer and closer. The black dots gradually revealed their true forms. It's the chairman and the others. They are back. Aurora was the first to recognize the people and shouted excitedly. Just as Aurora said, the chairman of the parliament of the Noah continent, Frigga, the deputy chairman of the dragons, R.A. Firth, the deputy chairman of the parliament, Beaumont, the patriarch of the dragon clan, Hao Qin, Senator Undine, and the others appeared in the sky one by one. The powerhouses of the divine realm of the Noah continent had finally returned from the other plane. Their appearance caused the people on the ground to cheer. Where's Ron? Soon, Aurora discovered that something was wrong. All the powerhouses of the divine realm had returned, but Ron's shadow was nowhere to be seen. Ron? Kadena's face turned pale. She took a step forward, and her body could not help but tremble violently. Could it be? Ron? It can't be. It can't be. Kadena was burning with anxiety. Bean-sized tears flowed down her pretty cheeks. Don't let your imagination run wild. Kadena, I believe that Ron will be fine. Delin, who was standing to the side, hugged her and comforted her softly. When she said this, Delin's eyes were also filled with tears. Everyone was silent. Their faces were covered with haze. They could not help but worry about Ron's safety. Vivian's heart was also heavy. Losing Ron was a huge blow to the Scourge Church. Frigga and the others, who had rushed back from the land of exile, were shocked when they saw the destroyed battlefield. However, when R.A. Firth and Hao Qin saw Besley and Kay, who had advanced to the divine realm, their anger turned into joy. "Ha ha! Old Black Dragon, your daughter Besley has also advanced to the divine realm. Congratulations, congratulations." Beaumont Behemoth Hao Qin laughed heartily. "Ha ha, old Beaumont, your grandson is also not bad. He's already a Beaumont Behemoth. I'm looking forward to his strength." The Black Dragon R.A. Firth also laughed heartily. To the dragons and the Beaumont clan, this was a joyous occasion. This allowed these 2 old rivals to put down their grudges, and their moods also improved. At this time, they all saw Noah in the sky. They were slightly surprised and bowed to pay their respects. Lord Noah. At this moment, Noah was calmly standing in the sky. He had just killed the divine beast Serb, but there was no joy on his face. On the contrary, he looked like he had a lot on his mind. Facing everyone, he only nodded indifferently as a greeting. Noah's gaze swept across everyone's faces one by one, and he sighed slightly. "Follow me." After saying that, he stretched out his hands, and with a slight force, he parted them. Swish! A large hole was torn open in the void. Frigga and the others understood and cheerfully walked into the spatial passage in the void, directly disappearing into the void. At this time, Noah waved at Kadena and the others. "You guys come as well." "Me? You're talking about us?" Aurora opened her mouth wide in surprise, but she saw Noah nodding at them, turned around, and disappeared into the void. "It can't be. Lord Noah called us over." Aurora turned around and said to Kadena and the others, "Let's go." D-Lin said in a deep voice, "Perhaps we can find out about Ron's whereabouts from them." Kadena nodded silently. Kadena, Aurora, D-Lin, Vivian, and the others slowly floated up and followed Noah into the spatial passage. At the end of the spatial passage was the place where Noah lived. It was a space that he had specially opened up, and it did not belong to any place on the continent of Noah. In other words, without Noah's permission, no one could enter. After passing through a winding corridor, they arrived at a spacious and bright hall. After hearing what Frigga and the others said after returning from the land of exile, Noah frowned. "You're saying that Ron, in order to avenge his friend, chose to stay and fight a decisive battle with that divine necromancer Klein?" "Yes," Frigga nodded. Hummelin's eyes flashed. "A divine necromancer, a powerful undead from the main plane. Their battle must be very exciting. It's a pity I won't be able to see it." Kadena's gaze dimmed, and a trace of worry appeared in her eyes. "At that time, we received an urgent message from the continent of Noah, so Ron told us to return first." Frigga smiled and continued. "Fortunately, Sir took action and solved this problem for the continent of Noah. If we had known earlier, we wouldn't have been in such a hurry to return. As a Dimension Guardian, such a small matter is insignificant." Noah waved his hand and said modestly. At this time, his face became serious. "But if you want to say that you have solved the problem, it's too early to say that." Besley was startled. So Noah thinks that the problem with the continent of Noah is not over?" "It's not over," Noah sighed, a trace of bitterness appearing at the corner of his mouth. "That divine beast is just a small interlude. The real trouble is just beginning." "The real trouble?" Chapter 807. In a distant space, Noah's figure was standing in the void in a spatial crack in another plane. Below him were countless black energies roaming the space. Noah, who was wearing a purple robe, had a dignified expression. He had a well-defined face, 2 sharp eyebrows, and a pair of eagle-like eyes staring straight ahead. Standing in front of Noah was a sturdy middle-aged man. He wore a linen, tattered robe and had chestnut-colored hair. Even though he looked rather dispirited, his eyes were brimming with vigor and light flashed through them from time to time. "Long time no see, Brother Noah." The middle-aged man actually called Noah brother, and Noah didn't deny it. It seemed that the relationship between the two wasn't ordinary. However, their relationship didn't seem to be as close as it seemed. From Noah's expression, he seemed to be rather fearful of the middle-aged man in front of him. "I didn't think that we would meet again." Noah looked at the middle-aged man and squeezed out a smile. "You finally came out?" "Yes, I came out." The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth rose slightly. He had his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. 100,000 years. 100,000 years, and today, I finally came out. The middle-aged man, standing in front of Noah, was none other than the transcendent divine beast who had just escaped from the planar prison of Bartolos, the king of dragons, Sky Dragon Utaris. He smiled and waved his hand, and a gray object flew out from his palm. It was the head of a huge magic beast with several pairs of horns on its forehead. It seemed to be damaged and had been dead for a long time. Noah looked down, and his expression froze. That was the head of the ancient dragon Maxwell. You killed him? Noah stared at Maxwell's head and said in a deep voice, "That's right." Utaris smiled faintly, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. "Why?" Noah asked. "This question isn't worth answering." Utaris laughed. "Brother Noah, if it were you, and you were imprisoned by this guy for 100,000 years, wouldn't you be angry at all? Letting this guy die is already letting him off easy," Utaris said regretfully. According to his thoughts, Maxwell should not have died so easily. He should have been tortured before he died. Noah looked at Utaris seriously for a while before shaking his head. "I didn't expect that after being imprisoned in Bartlow's prison for so long, your strength actually increased instead of decreasing. This surprised me." "Haha, there's nothing unexpected." Utaris waved his hand. "To tell you the truth, Brother Noah, I've always remembered the humiliation from 100,000 years ago. When I was imprisoned in the planar prison of Bartolos, I thought about revenge every day. I wanted to tell those guys that what Utaris lost. One day, I'll personally take it back." Utaris stretched out a hand and slowly clenched it into a fist. His eagle eyes revealed an intense, killing intent, and in an instant, the entire space trembled. Noah's expression did not change. He slowly shook his head, looked away, and sighed. "It's already over 100,000. You still don't plan on giving up?" "Give up? Ha!" Utaris laughed loudly, and the entire space shook. "I was imprisoned in Bartlow's prison for 100,000 years without giving up. Now that I'm out, how can I give up? The Red Silk Army will be resurrected once more, and they will have to pay the price. Yes, that's right. Blood. Only blood can be repaid." Utaris grinned and licked his lips, his face full of murderous excitement. "I think it's time for those high and mighty fellows to recall the terror of the past. I, Utaris, will become their nightmare. You won't have the chance?" Utaris. Facing the fanatical avenger Utaris, Noah remained calm. He shook his head and said, 100,000 years is enough to change a lot of things. Your original enemies have also become stronger. The Red Silk Army is too weak. Utaris, although you are stronger than before, you still can't reverse the situation. Utaris's ambition would only cause him to fall into an irrecoverable situation. As a former good friend, Noah did not want Utaris to repeat the same mistakes. Utaris smiled and did not mind. Noah's rejection seemed to be within his expectations. He paused for a moment and laughed. "You're right, Brother Noah. That's why I came here this time to ask for your help. What do you want me to help you with?" Noah's heart sank slightly, and a bad premonition flashed in his heart. "It's very simple." Utaris smiled strangely. He stepped forward, and a trace of madness appeared on his face. "I want that thing impossible." Noah refused without thinking. "It's not yours. You have no right to have it." "What?" Utaris was furious when he heard this, and the entire space shook. "Noah, you dare to refuse me?" Hee. Utaris, I'm doing this for your own good. What you want to do will never succeed." Noah's tone became calm, and he smiled slightly. "Besides, aren't you afraid that its original owner will come back and settle the score with you?" When he heard the words, original owner, Utaris raised his eyebrows slightly. After a while, he sneered. Brother Noah, you don't have to bring up Hermes to scare me. Hermes is powerful, but as far as I know, he died 100,000 years ago. A dead man. How can he settle the score with me? Hermes is dead, so his things are naturally ownerless." Utaris took a step forward, and a trace of red appeared in his eyes. Brother Noah, don't deny it. I know it has always been in your hands. Come on, give it to me. I need this thing now. With it, I'll have the qualifications to challenge those guys." The space fell silent, and there was a suffocating smell in the air. An oppressive aura filled the surroundings, as if there was an invisible pressure weighing down on his heart. Facing Utaris's pressure, Noah's expression finally changed. He gritted his teeth and firmly spat out a word. "No! Roar!" After Noah refused again, Utaris could not help but roar loudly. The ferocious figure of the sky dragon appeared behind him. At this moment, his hair stood on end, and his eyes revealed a fierce light. Noah, don't force me. I'll say it again. Give that thing to me immediately, or else you'll pay the price for your stubbornness. The thing Utaris spoke of was a key, an important key. It was related to the whereabouts of the Lich King, Hermes, and the fate of the Scourge. It was indeed in Noah's hands, but with the relationship between Noah and Hermes, he could not hand over the key to fulfill Utaris's ambitions. Noah knew Utaris's personality too well. He would do anything to achieve his goals. Moreover, he was blinded by hatred and had to obtain that key no matter what. I won't give it to you, Utaris. If you want that thing, you'll have to step over my dead body. At this moment, Noah's expression returned to normal. He slowly drew a long sword, his body straight, and his purple robe fluttered in the absence of wind. Utaris roared again. Good, very good. Noah, you asked for this. Then, today is the day you die. As soon as Utaris finished speaking, there was a rumbling sound. The space where Noah and Utaris were standing began to shake violently, and their auras rose rapidly. At this moment, Utaris revealed his enormous body. He was a super monster with a snow-white upper body like a human's, a long snake-like lower body, and 6 enormous wings on his back. The Sky Dragon, a peerless king who roamed the sky, a powerful divine beast who grasped the law of space. The moment he saw the true body of the Sky Dragon, Noah's expression changed slightly. Utaris had become even stronger. It seemed that Utaris had not slacked off during the 100,000 years he had been imprisoned in Bartlow's prison. Noah knew that this battle was unavoidable. Shatter space. In order to obtain that crucial key, Utaris finally made a move against his former brother. His eyes revealed a fierce light as he waved his hand. With a rumbling sound, the surrounding space began to collapse, and countless fragments bombarded Noah like raindrops. As soon as Utaris attacked, he used the powerful law of space. Spatial divine power surged out, and a powerful aura constantly pressed down from all directions. Sword of heaven and earth. Noah was not willing to be outdone, and he also activated his law power. The two opponents with godlike power collided, causing the entire space to shake. Divine power against divine power, law against law. The decisive battle between two gods was no longer a battle of pure strength, but a competition of laws. Chapter 808. The laws of heaven and earth were, in fact, elemental laws. The world itself was condensed from countless elements, including water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and other elements. All the elements condensed into a world, which was Noah's laws of heaven and earth. Although they were dragons, sky dragons were very rare. They were born with the strength of the divine realm, and when they grew up, they became transcendent divine beasts. As for the laws of space, they were the innate skills of sky dragons. Utaris himself had the ability to travel through space. With a powerful bloodline and mysterious spatial ability, sky dragons were worthy of being the kings of dragons. It was no wonder that Firth and Frigga had the urge to worship them when they faced sky dragons. Boom! Walala! The laws of space collided with the laws of heaven and earth, bursting out violent vibrations. In the virtual space constructed by Utaris, powerful divine power spread out like ripples, constantly shining. Boom! Finally, the vibrations stopped. Utaris retreated dozens of steps, while Noah was sent flying. It took a long time for him to stop. Under the competition of divine power between the two sides, the winner was obvious. Brother Noah, show me your true ability. Your strength can't satisfy my desire to fight at all. At this moment, a figure slowly floated above the head of the abnormally huge sky dragon. It was Utaris. At this moment, he had taken on a human form above the sky dragon's head. What? Noah's body shook violently. You've actually cultivated a divine clone? Standing in front of Noah, Utaris had already turned into two. One was a sky dragon clone, and the other was a human form clone. The two clones were of equal strength, which was fundamentally different from Noah's projection clone. Noah's projection doppelganger was just a virtual body constructed by him, a part of his power. Utaris's divine doppelgangers were two gods. They could transform into two Utaris in human form, and they could also transform into two sky dragons with terrifying strength. In other words, Noah had to face two Utaris alone. Judging from a few exchanges just now, Noah should not even be able to deal with one Utaris. After 100,000 years, the gap in strength between the two sides was getting bigger and bigger. Not bad. Utaris smiled faintly. In 100,000 years I spent in the planar prison of Bartolos, in order to escape the forbidden space created by the Overgod, I constantly tried to comprehend it. Unfortunately, the forbidden space created by the Overgod was too powerful, and I gained nothing for a very long time. I didn't give up. Anyway, there was nothing else to do in this sealed space. I continued to persevere, and finally, one day, I had a breakthrough. A faint smile appeared on Utaris's face. Although my main body is still sealed, I can project my power through the sealed space bit by bit. Bit by bit. Over time, I finally condensed it into a virtual clone. Upon hearing this, Noah couldn't help but be shocked. Being able to transmit one's power through the spatial laws created by the supreme gods was no simple matter. It was like using a nail to pierce a stone wall. At the very least, Noah couldn't do it. Noah sucked in a breath of cold air. So, that massive rescue operation was also secretly directed by you. That's right. Utaris nodded and smiled. My virtual clones are active in the various main planes, secretly contacting my old subordinates and gathering strength bit by bit. Until now, I've come out. Everything is under my control. Utaris had only displayed a little of his strength, and it had the effect of intimidating the other party. He smiled slightly, and the Sky Dragon avatar roared. With a flash of light, the Sky Dragon avatar returned to its human form. Immediately after, the two avatars of Utaris began to merge and become one again. How is it, Brother Noah? You should be relieved by my current strength, right? Utaris, don't dare to say anything else, but I definitely won't suffer a loss against those old fellows. Compared to 100,000 years ago, Utaris's strength had greatly increased. Back then, he was a powerhouse on the same level as Noah, but now he had far surpassed Noah. How is it, Brother Noah? Think about it. Aren't you also dissatisfied with those tyrannical old fellows? Join us. With our strength, the brothers working together will be enough to make those old fellows suffer. The world is unpredictable. It's possible to defeat them. Utaris's face was full of a confident smile. So it's like this. Noah was silent for a moment. He lowered his head as if thinking about something. Seeing that Noah seemed to be moved, Utaris was delighted. He took a step forward and said in a clear voice, Brother Noah, if you are willing to join my Red Silk Army, I, Utaris, guarantee that your position in the Red Silk Army will not be lower than mine. We will have no distinction between each other. The Red Silk Army is both mine and yours. Is that so? Noah raised his head after a long time, his gaze fixed on Utaris, and said seriously, Utaris, is what you said true? You want me to join the Red Silk Army and hold the position of deputy commander? Of course, of course. Hearing this, Utaris was overjoyed. For a god of Noah's strength to join the Red Silk Army, for the Red Silk Army, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Of course, if he could obtain the key to that world. Utaris thought so. He smiled and secretly clenched his fists. Okay. Noah pondered for a long time before finally agreeing. He raised his head and looked at Utaris, narrowed his eyes, and said with a smile, I have decided to join you and become a member of the Red Silk Army. As long as you don't dislike me, look at what you were saying. Brother Noah, what is the relationship between us? We are brothers. That's right. We have been through life and death together. How can I, Utaris, refuse my brother? Hearing Noah's agreement, Utaris was overjoyed. Noah was forced to agree to Utaris's condition. The other party was too strong. Even if he went all out, he did not have much chance of winning. There was no other way but to stabilize the other party first. Hearing that Noah was willing to join them, Utaris slightly let go of his hostility, and the atmosphere became relaxed. At this time, Utaris paused and sighed slightly. It's a pity. Hermes is no longer here. If he were, the three of us would definitely be able to kill our way to the main plane and directly destroy those old fellows. As Utaris spoke, he stared at Noah. He deliberately mentioned Hermes in order to remind him that the key should be handed over. When Noah heard this, he could not help but sneer in his heart. If Hermes was here, would it be your turn to be arrogant here? No matter how Noah compromised, Utaris was still thinking about the key. This made him very dissatisfied, but he did not show it on his face. He also sighed. Yes, if Hermes was here. Sigh. Unfortunately, sigh. Utaris sneered and said no more. His words were very clear. If Noah did not know how to appreciate favors, then he would not be polite. For Utaris, in the face of naked profit, all brotherly feelings were fake. At this time, both sides fell silent. Utaris crossed his arms and stared coldly at Noah. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger, and there seemed to be some restlessness in the air. Faced with Utaris's pressure, Noah understood that no matter how much he gave in, Utaris would still want him to hand over the key. In that case, Noah fiercely gritted his teeth and suddenly made up his mind. Oh, look at my memory. I almost forgot about that thing. At this time, Noah patted his head and pretended to be suddenly enlightened. He reached into his bosom and took out something, handing it to Utaris. Ha ha, Sir Captain, this is something that Hermes gave me to keep before he died, which is the key to that world. Noah's face was full of humility, and his address changed from Utaris to Sir Captain, indicating that he had completely joined the Red Silk Army and become a member of it. Hermes is dead. Sir Captain, I have no use for this thing, so I'll hand it over now. No, it's a gift to the Red Silk Army. I believe that this key should be of greater use in your hands. Noah smiled, holding the key with both hands and respectfully handing it over to Utaris, as if he was a loyal subordinate. Umph, at least you know your place. Utaris coldly snorted in his heart. He coldly watched Noah's performance, but he was secretly vigilant. Yet he smiled and said, of course, of course. Saying this, he carefully took the key and carefully examined it. This is the key to that world. Utaris narrowed his eyes, a suspicious look on his face. He had never let down his guard against Noah. How could it be so easy to make a god wholeheartedly surrender? His goal was still that key. What Noah handed over to Utaris was a square, dark object that was completely translucent and engraved with complex and profound patterns. That's right. This is the key to that world. If you control it, you will control that world. Noah nodded affirmatively. Is that so? Utaris was skeptical. He had never seen the key, so he naturally did not know what it looked like. He tried to gently input a trace of power into the square box. But who would have thought that his enormous spatial divine power would disappear without a trace like a clay ox entering the sea? Chapter 809. Not good. I've been tricked. Utaris was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The light illuminated the entire space. There was a strange mechanism in the black box. When the box was opened, it would emit a strong light. This light had no lethality, and its only function was to blind. Utaris had been wary of Noah's actions, but his greed had caused him to fall for the other party's ploy. The strong light burned his eyes, causing him to lose his ability to move in an instant. Go to hell. At this moment, Noah moved. He pounced forward, and the divine longsword in his hand stabbed into Utaris's lower abdomen. Utaris felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He opened his eyes, and his vision gradually returned to normal. Why? Utaris gritted his teeth as he endured the pain. His gloomy eyes were filled with extreme fun. You're a lunatic. Noah's face was calm. I won't join a lunatic's plan. I'm going to kill you. Utaris clenched his teeth, his lips trembling. At this moment, he finally exploded. Go to hell. Boom! There was a flash of light, and Noah felt as if Z's chest had been hit by a sledgehammer. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Huff! Huff! At this moment, Utaris's appearance was rather miserable. Noah's sword had pierced through his body from his chest to his back. Blood flowed from his chest to his lower abdomen. Utaris had suffered a great loss this time. Cough, cough, cough. Looking at the seriously injured Utaris, Noah smiled bitterly. Unfortunately, I still couldn't kill you. The sneak attack could only seriously injure Utaris, but it did not kill him. Noah's face was full of regret. Kill me? Ha ha! Upon hearing Noah's words, Utaris was not angry. Instead, he laughed contemptuously. Noah, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but you want to kill me with your strength? Utaris smiled and pressed his hand to his chest. With a slight force, he pulled the sword out of his body. The wound that had been pierced by the sword kept squirming and slowly began to heal. To think that I still underestimated you. Noah recovered from shock and said with a gloomy face. Utaris's strength was not ordinary, but extremely strong. He had already surpassed the second stage of God, divine clone, and reached the third stage, immortal body. If he was allowed to take another step forward and reach the fourth stage, soul, indestructible, he would be invincible in the entire main plane. In front of Noah, Utaris was still hiding his strength. It's no wonder that Utaris is so arrogant. With such terrifying strength and the key to that world, it's still possible for him to realize his ambitions. Noah sucked in a breath of cold air and thought to himself, "No, I will never give him the key." Noah shook his head and shook off this absurd thought. He gritted his teeth and secretly made up his mind. You've underestimated me more than once. At this time, Utaris had completely recovered. He was playing with Noah's sword calmly. After a long time, he casually threw the sword away, slowly raised his head, and said coldly, "I don't have any patience anymore. Brother Noah, since you've been so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. I know you won't give me the key, but it's not like I don't have a way." A slight smile appeared on Utaris's face. He took a step forward with a fierce look in his eyes. "I'll kill you first, and then slowly torture your soul." Hee. I think the torture of the soul, even a god can't stand it, right? Noah's expression finally changed, and he gritted his teeth fiercely. "Utaris, even if I die, I will never give you the key. Give up." While speaking, Noah's body erupted with a strong light. The light was as dazzling as the sun, illuminating the entire space. What do you want to do?" Utaris was stunned, his eyes filled with fear. There was a trace of panic. "Utaris, I admit that I'm not your opponent, but don't even think about getting the key to that world." The expression on Noah's face was incomparably firm, and there was a trace of decisiveness as he said word by word. "Let's get out of hell together." You're crazy." Utaris opened his mouth wide. At this time, he finally understood that Noah was going to use the godhood to self-destruct and perish together with him. The godhood was the soul of a god. When a creature was promoted to a god, its soul would become abnormally powerful and condense into a godhood. The godhood was the core of a god's soul, the source of divine power. The self-destruction of the godhood was earth-shattering, and the price was that one's body and soul would be destroyed. Not only would the body turn into meat powder, but even the soul would be annihilated. Noah knew that he was going to die. In order to protect the key, he had no choice but to make this tragic decision. The dazzling brilliance burned the entire sky, and a powerful force caused the entire space to shake. With Noah as the center, the light continued to spread in all directions. When the godhood self-destructed, even someone as powerful as Utaris felt the fear of death. In this narrow space, there was nowhere to hide. He wanted to use spatial power to escape, but he found that the entire space had been sealed by Noah's divine power. No, not good. Utaris's eyes suddenly opened wide, and his vision turned blank. The powerful divine power instantly swallowed him. Boom, boom, boom. Under the powerful divine power, the space created by Utaris began to collapse. Countless cracks covered the entire space, and lightning and thunder scattered everywhere. It was a scene of the end of the world. Amidst the light, Noah's body gradually shattered and disintegrated. Under the shattered body, Noah's body slowly broke apart. As the body broke apart, Noah's soul was destroyed. At this moment, Noah's soul became very dim, as if it would disappear at any time. However, there was a satisfied smile on his face. Goodbye, my continent. Goodbye, my people. As a guardian, I've done my duty. The space created by Utaris had completely shattered, revealing the scene outside. It was a vast sky, and below the sky was the beautiful and rich Noah continent. Noah desperately opened his eyes wide, greedily looking at the continent that Z had been protecting as if he wanted to take it all away. As if he had a panoramic view of the scenery, his eyes revealed deep longing. The scene before Noah's eyes gradually distorted. Gradually, a figure appeared in front of him. It was a human with short black hair. His pitch-black pupils were filled with unswerving determination. Ron, I'm leaving. You have to remember, the key to the lost world concerns the fate of the scourge on the main plane. You have to take good care of it, Noah muttered to himself. His soul slowly turned into smoke and began to dissipate. I'm taking Utaris away. He should have been your strongest enemy. Hermes, I've finally fulfilled your promise. I can rest in peace. Finally, Noah's eyelids closed, and his soul began to dissipate bit by bit, slowly, disappearing into the sky. The world seemed to feel Noah's grief and became very dim. The billions of creatures on the ground felt their hearts palpitate at the same time. Although they did not know what had happened, this feeling of grief had been heavily suppressed in their hearts. Rumble, thunder boomed, and lightning filled the sky. Under the sky of Noah continent, heavy rain poured down as if sighing for Noah's passing. In the ruined Bartolo's prison in the land of exile, a black figure was slowly walking up the stairs of a teleportation portal. When he was a few steps away from the teleportation portal, the black figure suddenly squatted down and covered his chest. What's going on? A sharp pain suddenly came from the bottom of my heart. The black figure was Ron, who was preparing to rush back to the land of exile. At this moment, he was crouching down, his right hand pressed tightly against his chest. His pale face was covered in sweat. He raised his head slightly, looking into the distance, his gaze focused. Noah continent? Could it be that something happened to Noah continent? Ron muttered to himself. I have to rush back immediately. Ron gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up. He quickly walked to the last few steps, placed his hand on the constantly rotating teleportation array, and took a deep breath. Noah continent, I'm back. Chapter 8:10. Whoosh, Lala. The torrential rain mixed with strong winds poured onto the land of the Noah continent. With the death of the Dimension Guardian Noah, the Noah continent seemed to have turned a new page. A black figure walked through the curtain of rain and strolled on the land of the Noah continent. He was wearing a hood, and his face could not be seen clearly. His pitch-black snakeskin boots were half submerged in the water. His steps were firm, and his body slowly leaned forward. Under the rain-covered hood, a pale and bloodless face was revealed. If Ron were here, he would definitely be shocked by this person's identity. He was none other than the divine necromancer Klein, whose soul had been defeated and devoured by Z. The black figure walked into an abandoned shack in the forest. At this moment, the black figure stopped in his tracks. He slowly took off his hood and knelt down on one knee. Lord Utaris, the Utaris, standing in front of Klein, was just a shadow. Due to the super explosion caused by Noah sacrificing Z's soul, even the powerful Sky Dragon was seriously injured. Not only did his body collapse, but even his soul was almost destroyed. However, compared to Noah, Utaris was much better. At least he was still alive, and his strength would slowly recover. A greenish-white face with the unique skin color of the undead. Rainwater slowly dripped down from the wet black cloak. Seeing Klein in front of him, a smile appeared on Utaris' face. Are you still calling me Lord Utaris? Child. Hearing this, Klein's body shook violently. A look of ecstasy appeared on his face. After hesitating for a moment, he bowed deeply. Yes, father. This was Utaris' promise to him. If he helped Utaris escape from Bartlow's prison, Utaris would take him as his adopted son and share his joy. She had glory, and Klein had indeed done it. For Klein, to be able to receive the protection of a true god and be taken in as his adopted son was naturally a lot of good. Not to mention anything else, he was able to be killed by Ron when he was revived. Kwang's resurrection was thanks to Utaris. Klein, I don't like these tedious formalities. Utaris smiled faintly and waved his hand. Get up, my child. You don't have to kneel when you see me in the future. Yes, father. Klein kowtowed deeply and stood up with a face full of joy. He knew that Z had made a great contribution, which was why Utaris had made an exception for him. If it were anyone else, they would not have received such treatment. Father, how is your body now? Klein looked Utaris up and down, looking at him. Are you his soul? Asked with concern. I still miscalculated. I didn't expect Noah to sacrifice Z's soul. Although he's lucky to not die, his strength is not as strong as before. Utaris took a deep breath and stared at Klein. Klein, I need some time to recover my strength. How long will it take? Father. When Klein heard that, he became nervous. His fate was already tied to Utaris's. If Utaris died, then what he had done previously would be. Everything he had done before would become meaningless. It may take a few months, or it may take a few years. But don't worry, my strength will eventually recover. It's just a matter of time, Utaris muttered, his eyes flashing with a trace of sternness. All right, Klein, I still need you to do something. Father, please speak. Klein's spirit was shaken as he replied. Now that Noah is dead, the Noah continent no longer has a guardian. For you, conquering this continent is no longer a difficult task. According to our plan, the Noah continent was originally a springboard for us to attack the main plane. Of course, it's only a springboard. The ultimate goal of our Red Silk Army is to have a place in the main plane, Utaris chuckled. Of course, if we want to have a place in the main plane, just relying on the current strength of the Red Silk Army isn't enough. Although I, Utaris, am a bit arrogant, I still have self-awareness. Klein was stunned. Could it be that the strength of the Noah continent is still not enough? It's still not enough. Utaris shook his head. The current Red Silk Army is no longer comparable to the Red Silk Army of the past. The current Red Silk Army can't even compare to the strength of an ordinary country in the main plane, let alone a main army. Alas, as he said this, Utaris fell into deep thought. He was recalling the past glory of the Red Silk Army. Klein rolled his eyes and smiled. Although the Red Silk Army is facing many difficulties now, I believe that Father will have a way, yes. Utaris' expression shook as he recovered from his contemplation. The only way to restore the Red Silk Army to its former glory is to obtain that lost world. Lost world? Klein was shocked. What is that? It's not a thing, but a complete world. It's the most important treasure left behind by the great existence of the Calamity Army 100,000 years ago, the Lich King Hermes. Utaris' eyes shone. This world is a part of the primary plane, and it's also a damaged primary plane. As long as we obtain it, we'll be able to increase the strength of our Red Silk Army for a short period of time, and we'll even be able to compete with those powerful existences. What? There's actually such a thing? Klein became excited when he heard this. Great, we must obtain it. Right, Father, how can we obtain that world? After the fall of the Lich King Hermes, the lost world also disappeared. Legend has it that he used his supreme power to seal the entire world, and the only thing that can undo the seal is the key to enter that world. Utaris lowered his head and stared at Klein's face, saying each word clearly. As long as we obtain the key to that lost world, we can obtain that lost world. Then, Father, how can we obtain that key? Klein asked. I don't know. Utaris shook his head blankly. These things were secrets among secrets back then, and no one knew. Of course, other than Hermes. I also heard some things by accident, so it's not too accurate. I haven't even seen what that key looks like. Then doesn't that mean we don't have a chance? Klein said unwillingly. That key might be in Noah's hands. When I fought with him, I vaguely sensed this. When Hermes fell, Noah was by his side. At this point, Utaris paused. This is just my intuition. Of course, he wouldn't be so stupid as to keep the key by his side, but I believe that he would at least know its whereabouts. But it's a pity that he's dead. Utaris sighed slightly and said regretfully, Don't worry, father. As long as that key is in the Noah continent, it'll be easy. Someone will always know some clues. Klein laughed. He licked his lips and revealed a sinister smile. Father, believe me, even if I have to turn the entire Noah continent upside down, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will still find that key. Very good, child. Utaris smiled. I believe that you will not disappoint me. In fact, you have never disappointed me. Go. Klein, my child, go and do this well. The moment I rule the world, you will share my joy. Che glory. Utaris laughed heartily. His body flashed, and he disappeared from space. In the abandoned shack, Utaris's figure disappeared, leaving only Klein standing there. The rain was still falling, and the world was white. Yes, father, I will definitely do this well. Klein raised his head and muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with confidence, and a sinister light constantly flickered. At this moment, Klein's eyes had already turned red. He clenched his fists tightly, and his body trembled slightly due to excitement. He gritted his teeth, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Ron, I will return the humiliation you brought me 100 times over. Come, I'll wait for you in the Noah continent. Chapter 811. July 24th of the continent year was destined to be an extraordinary day. On this day, the morning sun was especially bright. The farmers in the fields picked up their hoes and prepared to start the day's work. Noah's death didn't bring much difference to the Noah continent. Of course, this was all because they were too naive. Boom, boom, boom. A loud sound came from the heavens and earth. Then, the entire sky seemed to have split open, and a huge hole appeared. The huge hole kept spinning, and it was dark and bottomless. It was accompanied by a roar that made one's heart tremble. The farmers in the field stopped, the small merchants in the city stopped, and the nobles in luxurious clothes stopped. At this moment, it was as if even time had stopped. On this Guangming morning, everyone only had one action, and that was to open their mouths and widen their eyes, motionless as they looked at the sky. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and fear. They didn't forget the indelible memory of the Burning Legion's invasion a few years ago. The big hole in front of them was a spatial passage that had been forcibly broken open. This scene was exactly the same as the Burning Legion's invasion a few years ago. Sir Leader, look, what is that? On the streets of the town, a young female mercenary pointed at the sky and shouted. She was a mercenary from the #1 mercenary group in the Noah continent, War Bear. The young female mercenary was about 24 or 25 years old. She had a delicate female face and was dressed like an archer. Her black tights wrapped around her hot figure. Although she was young, she was an elite archer with the strength of a master. Beside her was the leader of War Bear. He was close to 50 years old and had the strength of the sacred domain, Holy Knight Lombard. Ever since Lombard became a sacred domain expert, many countries had invited him to be a guardian. With Lombard's strength, it was more than enough for him to go to some small countries and be a guardian. It was safe, and he didn't have to take any risks. The gold coins given to him every year wasn't a small amount. However, Lombard didn't like peaceful days. A life full of novelty and challenges was exactly what he wanted. As a matter of fact, he had brought them to this city. At this moment, a black figure slowly appeared from the huge hole that was constantly rotating. He was wearing a black robe, and the white skull on his chest was particularly eye-catching. Joy, your eyesight is really good. You're indeed an elite archer. Lombard narrowed his eyes and said to the female mercenary named Joy beside him. He looks like a necromancer. No, he has the strength of a deity. He's a divine necromancer. Lombard looked at the sky, his eyes flashing with surprise. His beard was very long, as if he hadn't shaved for a long time. The long journey made him look a little tired, but his eyes were full of spirit. It can't be divine necromancer Homelin from the Scourge Church, right? It doesn't look like it. He doesn't seem that old. Joy was surprised when she heard this. Although there was a large age gap between the two, Joy looked at Lombard with a fiery gaze, full of admiration. In Warbear, it was an open secret that the #1 elite archer, Joy, liked Commander Lombard. The other members of Warbear looked at each other and lowered their heads in unison. Ron? Could it be the young master of the Scourge Church, Ron? A warrior-looking orc standing at the side waved his hands exaggeratedly, his face full of excitement. The young master of the Scourge Church, Ron, has been missing for 7 whole years. It's said that he went to another plane to train. Could it be that he's returned? Ron? Lombard was stunned for a moment. Ron's young face appeared in his mind, as well as that unattainable and terrifying strength. Lombard could be considered one of the witnesses to Ron's growth. When he first met Ron was merely a small character at the high rank of warrior. Who would have thought that in just a few short years, an ordinary young man would actually step into the peak of the Noah continent, step by step? Thinking of the past, the corners of Lombard's mouth curled into a smile. That little guy Ron was finally willing to come back. Youth, necromancer, and god-level strength. In the entire Noah continent, only Ron fulfilled these 3 conditions. Without a doubt, everyone unanimously believed that the one who had returned from another plane was Ron of the Scourge Church, a god-level powerhouse born and raised on the Noah continent. Seeing Lombard smile, Joy inexplicably became happy. Her eyes became infatuated. Ron. Many people had already guessed his identity from his attire and strength. Some people had already begun to loudly shout out Ron's name. But this time, they were all wrong, ridiculously wrong. Standing in the sky, the divine necromancer's mouth curled into a faint sneer. He raised his head, and the sunlight shone on his face. It was an unfamiliar, pale face. Something's wrong. Lombard's body suddenly trembled. He trembled and took a step back in shock. No, he's not Ron. What? All the members of Warbear were shocked. Foolish humans, do you still remember that Ron from the past? Divine necromancer Klein calmly stood in the sky, his cold eyes without a trace of emotion looking down on the humans below. The corners of his mouth curled into a sneer as he slowly raised his hand. From today onwards, I want you to only remember my name and forget about Ron. Go Red Silk Army. In the name of Lord Utaris, conquer this continent. Klein waved his hand. With a rumbling sound, countless figures rushed out from the spatial passage in the sky. Some of them were extremely large, some were extremely short, and there were several thousand of them. But without exception, they all had fierce and malevolent faces. What was even more terrifying was that among these people, not a single one of them was weaker than a god-level powerhouse. Several thousand god-level powerhouses appeared at the same time. The aura they exuded suppressed the entire city. A tusked war elephant that was larger than a small mountain, a giant bear with sharp claws that was taller than the tallest tower in the city, a beholder king with a single terrifying eye and countless tentacles wrapped around its body, and a harpy queen that was larger than a flying dragon. These terrifying beasts that only existed in legends, or even in legends, swarmed out of the open spatial passage and directly descended upon this small, ordinary town. Without exception, all of them had a red ribbon wrapped around their heads or wrapped around their arms. In the middle of the red ribbon, there was a dazzling black swastika symbol. Without any superfluous words or greetings, these transcendent, god-level magical beasts arrived in this small town and directly began a cruel slaughter and destruction. Boom! 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 The powerful force caused countless houses in the city to collapse. Not long after, a huge fire broke out. The sudden arrival of war caught the people in the city unprepared. The crowd began to panic. They shouted and ran, their faces filled with fear. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The guards in the town shouted in horror. Some of the faster guards had already rushed to the top of the clock tower in the center of the town. Dong! 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 The bell that symbolized war sounded. giving some comfort to the chaotic crowd. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. They were not on the same level. The weaker side could only be slaughtered. This, what on earth? Lombard stood there in a daze. Everything in front of him was like a dream. If the appearance of the three god-level beasts gave the Noah continent a glimmer of hope, then the appearance of several thousand god-level magical beasts with extremely high intelligence directly turned the Noah continent into hell. Several thousand god-level magical beasts. That was a terrifying force enough to directly destroy a plane. Commander Lombard, Commander Lombard. A familiar voice awakened Lombard from his shock. He saw that he was standing in the middle of the ruins. Corpses were strewn all around him. It was a complete mess. The person who came was Joy. She had been scattered in the chaos just now. At this moment, her body was covered in blood. She panted as she ran in front of Lombard. Commander, they're all god-level magical beasts. We are no match for them. Joy sobbed softly. Her voice carried a sobbing tone. In the chaos caused by the god-level magical beasts, Warbear had lost many of his brothers. Although it was normal for a Nightmare Corps to have casualties, this time, the Battle Bear mercenary group was facing a group of magical beasts from the God Realm. Lombard understood that in the eyes of a god-level powerhouse, anyone below the god level could only be called an ant. Even a sacred domain powerhouse like him was just a slightly larger ant. Run, let's run. It'll be too late if we delay. Joy pulled Lombard's hand. Her face was filled with panic as she desperately tugged, but Lombard did not budge. Run? Where can we run to? Although the Noah continent is big, where is there a place for us to stay? Lombard's lips curled into a bitter smile, his expression downcast. At this moment, there was a rumbling sound. The tall clock tower suddenly broke. The burning top half of the tower ruthlessly smashed toward Lombard and Joy. Commander, be careful, Joy cried out in alarm. She pushed Lombard, who was still in shock, to the ground. With a rumbling sound, the burning top of the tower completely engulfed the two of them. Klein stood alone in the air, looking down at the chaos below. He couldn't help but sneer. When his gaze fell on those terrifyingly powerful realm of the gods' magic beasts, he frowned, and a trace of displeasure appeared on his face. At this time, a tall man slowly approached him and bowed in salute. Master, what are your orders? That tall man was Apps. He knew that Klein had become Lord Utaris's adopted son, and his attitude was even more respectful. Klein glanced at Apps and said indifferently, Go down and tell the brothers that our purpose in coming to this continent is not to kill, but to conquer. Conquer, understand? Although the low-level creatures on this continent are not strong, they are still somewhat useful to us. If we kill everyone, what's the point of keeping this continent? In Klein's tone, he directly used this continent to replace Noah continent. When Noah died, Noah continent would cease to exist. When Apps heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat. As the leader of the god-level magical beasts, he had an unshirkable responsibility. Yes, master. I will do my best to restrain them. Klein nodded indifferently. He turned around, his pitch-black eyes staring quietly at Apps. Apps, tell me now, how long will it take to conquer this continent? At least a week. Apps estimated in his heart. According to intelligence, there are a few powerful god-level fighters on this continent. I'm afraid it will be a little difficult. When Klein heard this, he was instantly displeased. He said coldly, A week to conquer a small continent? I think there's no need for the Red Silk Army to stay in the main plane. Let's just disband. Saying so, he stretched out 3 fingers. 3 days. I'll only give you 3 days. After 3 days, I want you to hand over a complete continent to me. Yes, master. Chapter 8:12. Thousands of divine beasts followed Klein's instructions and went to every city on the Noah continent, bringing orders and conquering. For a time, both humans and beasts on the Noah continent were faced with such a choice. Surrender or die. Under the tyrannical power of a divine powerhouse, most people submitted. No matter if it was a country, a region, or even a loose organization or alliance, no one would make the wrong choice under the butcher's knife. The Roland Empire submitted. The entire country surrendered. Balavac's academy submitted. Principal Prats was forced to announce in front of all the teachers and students that he would join the Red Silk Army and submit to Klein's leadership. Of course, Balavac's Soaring Dragon Academy and Han's Academy were no exception and chose to submit. The Mercenary Guild submitted. Their headquarters quickly issued a new decree. All mercenaries registered in the Mercenary Guild had to obey the orders of the Red Silk Army and were not allowed to disobey. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. On the east side of the Noah continent, in the palace of the Roland Empire, the black-robed necromancer Klein sat on the high throne of the Roland Empire. Beside him stood apes and several divine beasts that had transformed into humans. The Roland Empire's emperor, Nikolai the 32nd, his queen, and a group of ministers could only bitterly smile as they stood below, dissatisfaction and humiliation written all over their faces. But they had no choice. In the face of the unrivaled divine beasts, everyone was numb. They knew that as long as these divine beasts wanted to, they could kill everyone at any time. The Roland Empire's palace had become the temporary office of the Red Silk Army. On the east wall of the palace hall, a large map was unfurled. All the regions on the Noah continent were marked on it. The locations and names of the cities were marked. The conquered regions were marked with a small red flag in the shape of a swastika. As more and more swastikas appeared on the map, the emperor and all the ministers in the palace broke out in cold sweat. They looked at each other with fear written all over their faces. The emperor of the Roland Empire, Nikolai the 32nd, raised his head and looked at Klein on the throne. He swallowed hard and wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. In just one day, more than half of Noah continent was controlled by the Red Silk Army. Thinking of this, Klein couldn't help but smile. However, he knew that the resistance of Noah continent was still ongoing. The Scourge Church and Dragon Island were the two most difficult places to conquer. Hee, Ron, are you disappointed? By the time you return, I'm afraid the entire continent will have fallen into my hands. Klein looked at the map on the wall and laughed sinisterly. Noah continent, the sky above Dragon Island. Thanks to the dragon's powerful influence on Noah continent, this place that had been peaceful for thousands of years had now become a battlefield. Countless wyverns formed an army and launched wave after wave of attacks against the invaders with a fearless heart. Unfortunately, in front of the army formed by the powerful magical beasts from the god's domain, these wyverns that only had the strength of the sacred domain were too weak. At this moment, the entire Dragon Island had turned into a sea of fire. The pungent smell of blood and incomplete dragon corpses emitted a burnt smell. Dragon blood, which was regarded as a treasure by everyone in Noah continent, was now flowing all over the streets as if it didn't cost anything. These cruel invaders didn't even let the dead dragon corpses go. They opened their bloody mouths wide and swallowed them in one gulp. Of course, Dragon Island wasn't without resistance. Fairy Dragon Frigga, Dark Dragon R.A. Firth, and his daughter Bustling stood firm like solid boulders under the siege of several hundred gods' domain magical beasts. Frigga and R.A. Firth both had the strength of a mid-level god's domain. Bustling was a little weaker, roughly an early-level god's domain. On the other hand, most of the magical beasts besieging them were low-level god's domain. Despite their numbers, defeating two mid-level god domain dragons wasn't an easy task. Attacked together, will surround and kill her. A magical beast with the height of 10 people, the body of a lion, and 4 giant wings on its back roared. This god's domain magical beast was the Thunder Griffin, a level higher than the Royal Griffin of the Sacred Domain. He stared fixedly at Frigga, a cruel and ferocious glint in his eyes. Yes, I wanted to taste a fairy dragon for a long time. Ha ha ha. Another hydra, which was as huge as a hill and had 9 huge weird heads, said. One of the heads in the middle let out a weird cry. I'm going to swallow her alive. Floating in the air, the Beholder King with tentacles all over his body didn't say anything. He stared with one of his giant eyes that was disproportionate to his body, and a beam of red light quickly enveloped the entire battlefield. In an instant, all the God's Domain magical beasts of the Red Silk Army received his message. Attack together. Kill the fairy dragon first. The Beholder King's halo had an encouraging effect. In an instant, all the God's Domain magical beasts of the Red Silk Army were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Ayo, ayo! They roared and pounced. In an instant, Frigga was surrounded by enemies from all sides. Die! The fairy dragon was finally enraged. Her petite body spread its wings, and her crimson eyes turned white. Wrath of heavenly thunder. In an instant, a dark gray cloud formed in the sky above the fairy dragon's head. Following that, countless lightning bolts, sparkling with blue light, smashed down as if they were free of charge. Not good. It's the pinnacle of lightning power. This little bitch is going crazy. Run quickly. The moment Frigga made her move, it caused the God's Domain magical beast to panic. It was no wonder. The fairy dragon, who was naturally proficient in all kinds of elemental magic, was definitely an anomaly among dragons. No matter how strong the God's Domain magical beasts were in close combat, they could only retreat under the attack of powerful magic. Boom! 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 The lightning power was too terrifying, faintly containing the might of heaven and earth. When the lightning balls fell, they turned into countless lightning bolts. The lightning bolts flowed in all directions. The God's Domain magical beasts couldn't dodge in time and were all seriously injured by the lightning bolts. The weaker ones died on the spot. Walla! Walla! After the lightning strikes, almost half of Dragon Island collapsed. Wrath of heavenly thunder caused great damage to Dragon Island while killing the enemy magical beasts. But at this moment, Frigga couldn't care less. So strong. The Red Silk Army magical beasts hugged their heavily injured bodies. Fortunately, they didn't die. They looked at Frigga's figure in the sky with some fear in their eyes. But very quickly, these God's Domain magical beasts with extremely strong bodies stood up again. The fighting spirit in their eyes didn't diminish. Frigga's pretty face sank. Damn it, you think this is the end? As she spoke, the lightning on her body condensed again. At this moment, Frigga suddenly froze, because among the Red Silk Army magical beasts, she found a familiar figure. He was mixed in with the Red Silk Army magical beasts. The characteristics of dragons were very striking. Ranarie, it's you? Frigga clenched her fist, her eyes filled with shock and anger. You bastard, you actually surrendered to the Red Silk Army? Haha, that's right. As he spoke, a fiery red figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Slowly, a human face appeared. He was the flaming wyvern Ranarie, a member of the dragons. Only at this moment, he was draped with a red silk belt, and a black swastika symbol appeared on his arm. It was clear that Ranarie had already surrendered to the Red Silk Army and became an accomplice in the attack on Dragon Island. You? Why? Frigga pointed her finger at Ranarie, her body trembling from anger. Standing in front of Frigga, Ranarie calmly smiled. Haha, Lord Speaker, perhaps I should address you as such for the last time. After all, the Noah Continent's parliament no longer exists. Perhaps even the Noah Continent no longer exists. From today onwards, we are all Red Silk Army. This is a predestined ending. Miss Frigga, don't tell me you still don't understand. With your strength alone, you can't change anything. Ranarie's tone was still filled with ridicule. Frigga took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She coldly stared at Ranarie and indifferently said, Ranarie, you betrayed the dragons. You definitely won't have a good ending. Let me give you a piece of advice. It's not too late for you to turn back. Turn back? Hey, why should I? Ha! Dragons? Dragons are about to become history. Facing Frigga's warning, Ranarie turned a deaf ear. He laughed. Team Frigga, your vision is too narrow. In front of the Red Silk Army, what are dragons? What is Dragon Island? Or even, what is Noah Continent? This world is very big. Why must you cling onto the dragons so tightly? Ranerier took a step forward, his eyes flashing with a strong light. The leader of the Red Silk Army is the noblest expert among us dragons, Sky Dragon Utaris. Although I was only fortunate enough to see his projection, but at that time I already understood that in the eyes of Lord Utaris, even a god is just a slightly bigger ant. No one can stop the footsteps of the Red Silk Army. No one can stop the will of Lord Utaris. This is not called betrayal. This is called being sensible. So, Miss Frigga, surrender. Surrendering is the only way out. Don't even think about it. Frigga looked at Ranerier and actually felt that he was somewhat unfamiliar. She didn't even think and directly refused. Even if I die, I will not surrender to you. Frigga's eyes were burning with anger. Ranerier, as a traitor, you should be aware of this. I will now represent the dragons and completely kill you. Ha! Kill me? When Ranerier heard this, he laughed out loud. Miss Frigga, do you still think that I'm the Ranerier you know? Although my current strength is not comparable to yours, it won't be that easy for you to kill me. After saying this, Ranerier roared and immediately transformed into his original body. Flame Dragon. Frigga cried out in alarm. She didn't expect that in just a few days, Ranerier had already advanced to the God Realm. How'd he do it? That's right, Flame Dragon. Ranerier laughed. Lord Utaris's divine ability is invincible. In just a moment, he broke through the barrier that I was unable to break through for more than 10 years. Today, I'm already a God Realm magical beast. Miss Frigga, it is not too late for you to surrender now. Go to hell. Frigga no longer intended to talk nonsense with Ranerier. At this moment, her eyes were filled with murderous intent. In an instant, dozens of fireballs bombarded Ranerier like a string of cannons. In the face of Frigga's strength, Ranerier could only retreat. He knew that his current strength was still not a match for Frigga. The Flame Dragon and the Fairy Dragon tangled in the air. Everyone attacked together. Don't let her escape. In the battle, Ranerier had suffered quite a bit. At this moment, he was shouting loudly, "Bastard!" Chapter 8:13. Lightning and hailstones continued to rain down. After exchanging several blows, Ranerier finally let out a blood-curdling scream as his huge body fell to the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, Ranerier sank deep into the ground, raising a large amount of smoke and dust. The spectating magical beasts from the god domain swallowed their saliva with great difficulty, their eyes filled with fear. This fairy dragon is too terrifying. It is said that the fairy dragon is a descendant of the divine dragon and has the bloodline of a divine beast. No wonder she is so strong. Although the delicate and cute fairy dragon in front of them was petite, she was very powerful. In the face of such a powerful opponent, for a moment, all the God Realm magical beasts hesitated. Humph, a motley crew. Frigga snorted coldly. She was a mid-level God Realm and was not afraid of those low-level God Realm minions. At this time, her eyes were firmly locked on Ranerier, and a strong murderous intent filled the air. Meeting Frigga's cold and emotionless gaze, Ranerier shuddered, but then he heard someone calling her name in the distance. Lord Patriarch. Auntie Besley. Frigga looked at the abrupt figure in the sky. The two figures in the sky were stunned. The patriarch of the dragon clan, Raphael, was in an extremely sorry state. His face was covered in bruises, and his clothes were torn in many places. His strength was greatly reduced. His daughter, Black Dragon Elder Besley, was in an even more miserable state. Her right arm was broken, as if it had been bitten off by a huge magical beast. Her entire body was covered in blood, and she looked like a bloody person. At this moment, she was unconscious and lying in Raphael's arms. Lord Patriarch, Annie Besley, how are you? Frigga ignored the battle and rushed to the front of the two in a flash, asking nervously, Mime sure Besley, she... R.A. Firth looked anxious, but then he made up his mind. Don't talk about this, Frigga. Let's run. What? Escape? After hearing this, Frigga was shocked. She bit her lower lip. This is Dragon Island. Where else can we escape to? Before Frigga could finish her words, she was interrupted by Firth. We'll talk about that later. Let's get out of here first. Reinforcements are coming, then Dragon Island. Frigga was still hesitating. I can't care about that now. Firth roared. Ugh. Raniere endured the intense pain from his wound and stood up with difficulty. He glanced at his companions of the Red Silk Army, who were watching from the sidelines. He glared at them and scolded. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Djauher? Raniere's tone was very unfriendly. For a moment, the magical beasts from the god's domain all looked askance at him, thinking, who do you think you are? You're just a surrendered fire dragon, and your strength is so weak. You actually have the face to reprimand others. These magical beasts from the god's domain somewhat looked down on Raniere, this traitor of the dragons. However, conquering the Noah continent was the order of Sky Dragon Utaris. Thinking of this, they could only bite the bullet and charge forward. Courting death, Frigga's almond-shaped eyes fiercely opened. At this moment, she once again showed her might. Her snow-white skin with a trace of pink turned red in an instant. She stretched her left claw forward, and a small flame appeared on her palm, constantly pulsating. A diamond-shaped ice crystal appeared on her right claw's thin and long fingernail. Then a powerful magic power surged out. Ice and fire dual heaven. Frigga's eyes turned white, and her killing intent shook the heavens and the earth. Forbidden spell. It's a powerful forbidden spell. Damn it. Hurry up and run. Under the pressure of the fairy dragon's powerful magic, the magical beasts from the Red Silk Army were frightened and fled one after another. Forbidden spell is a synonym for death. Even the magical beasts from the god's domain might not have the ability to survive the attack of a forbidden spell. Ice and fire dual heaven is Frigga's trump card. It is formed from the water forbidden spell world of ice and snow, and the fire forbidden spell heavenly fire prairie. Their combined might is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Boom! 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 Fireballs and icicles fell like raindrops. In a moment, the land of Dragon Island turned into a sea of fire. Then, they were frozen into ice sculptures by the icicles of extreme cold. All the magical beasts were suffering in this purgatory of ice and fire. This bitch, she doesn't even want Dragon Island anymore. Raniere's body trembled. He seemed to have sensed Frigga's monstrous killing intent from the land of Dragon Island, which made him shudder. Run! Raniere's mind turned quickly. He transformed into his human form and fled at lightning speed. Want to leave? Not so easy. Frigga's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Just as she was about to chase after Raniere, she was stopped by Firth. What do you want to do? I want to kill that traitor. Recalling that Raniere had betrayed the entire dragon race, Fulija was so angry that she couldn't vent her anger. You can't come. Firth took a deep breath. His eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. It's time. Escape is more important. Now is not the time to pursue this. At this moment, the roars of magical beasts came from afar. Countless spiritual senses shone over from that direction. Judging from a number, there are probably more than a few hundred of them. Forget it. I'll let him go first. Frigga gritted her teeth as she watched Raniere's receding figure. However, she also knew that now was not the time to settle the score with Raniere. Do you think you can still leave? At this time, a thunderous voice came from the sky. Following that, a burly man appeared out of nowhere. His upper body was bare, revealing his firm muscles. His long hair hung down from his temples, making him look exceptionally mighty. A pair of lightning-like eyes looked down on everyone present. All the god realm magical beasts in the Red Silk Army were stunned. Then, thunderous cheers erupted. It's Apps. Lord Apps is here. The newcomer was none other than the leader of these god realm magical beasts, a mid-level god realm master, divine necromancer Klein's iron-armored devil ape Apps. Klein only gave Apps 3 days. Due to the urgency of the situation, he had no choice but to come personally. Apps waved his hand slightly, and the deafening roars of the magical beast slowly calmed down. He paused for a moment, his eyes sweeping over Frigga, Firth, and Bestley's faces one by one. He smiled coldly. Don't struggle anymore. Surrender. The entire Noah continent has fallen into the hands of our Red Silk army. You have no other choice. Of course, except death, App said calmly. Impossible. Frigga heard this and flatly refused. She said resolutely, we are noble dragons. We will never surrender to these invaders. Dragons have always been proud. Even if they die, they will not bow their heads to their enemies. Firth stared at Apps, unexpectedly silent. Bestley, who was in his arms, had already fainted. Only Frigga looked at Apps with a righteous expression. Is that so? Apps grinned. Then let's not waste any more words. Let's do it. Let me F***CK you. F***CK you. How strong are you? As he spoke, Apps roared angrily. Then his body suddenly began to grow. Countless black hair grew on his body. On his ferocious face, a huge, ugly mouth revealed eerie canine teeth. His chest, abdomen, and crotch grew out of iron armor like scales, covering all the vital parts of his body. The armored demon ape was one of the most ferocious magical beasts in the main plane. It was ferocious and aggressive by nature. The scales on its body were like armor, and its defense was strong. It was very difficult to deal with. Seeing the armored demon ape reveal its true form, Frigga's expression changed greatly. At this moment, Apps roared in a low voice and rushed towards the three of them madly. Frigga, be careful, Firth exclaimed. At the same time, he transformed into the dark, colossal dragon. He opened his mouth and spat out a dark dragon breath. Due to Firth's continuous battles, his strength was not as good as before. The dark dragon breath that roared out had a trace of unstable power. Useless old thing, go to hell. Apps, who had transformed into the armored demon ape, roared. He raised his fist and punched out fiercely. With a bang, the power without any fancy tricks defeated the dark dragon breath in an instant. Then, App's huge fist landed solidly on Firth's face. Roar! Firth let out a blood-curdling scream. A stream of blood spurted out of his huge mouth that was filled with sharp blades. The armored demon ape's fist had shattered his cheekbone. The huge force affected his body. Firth felt as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. In just one move, Firth was defeated. The armored demon ape's strength was actually this terrifying. Clan leader, Frigga looked, and her eyes were about to split open. At this moment, her eyes turned blood red. I'll fight you to the death. Wrath of heavenly thunder. The sky had unknowingly turned gray. Powerful lightning flashed in all directions, turning into thousands of thunderbolts. In the sky, a petite figure of dragons was like the incarnation of a fairy. Wrapped in thousands of thunderbolts, they violently attacked Apps. This is too scary. The power of the thunderbolts shook the heavens and the earth. The weak realm of the gods' magical beasts in the Red Silk army trembled in fear. Even Raniere was seeing such earth-shattering thunderbolts for the first time. She could not help but sweat for the armored demon ape Apps. Amidst the thunderbolts, the armored demon ape was surrounded by countless lightning bolts. He stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes burned with an inextinguishable will to fight. At this moment, he sneered. This move is quite interesting. In the continent of Noah, you're the strongest opponent I've met. But it's a pity. As he spoke, Apps's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. You're going to lose to me in the end. Earth-shattering fist. Apps roared. The black hair on his body stood on end. His huge fist carried a strong wind as it punched towards the thunderbolts in the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire sky seemed to be overturned. The powerful force shook the earth. App's fist broke through the void. Even the thunderbolts were turned into powder under this terrifying force. Rumble, lightning flashed in the sky. Frigga's graceful figure could no longer maintain her fairy dragon form. She turned back into her human form, leaving a trail of dark red blood in the sky. Frigga was defeated. She, who was also a mid-level realm of the gods, lost to an opponent of the same level. At this moment, she was seriously injured and no longer had the strength to fight. Long live Lord Apps! Good job, Lord Apps! The Red Silk Army's minions cheered loudly. The 3 strongest dragons were defeated. This meant that the Dragons' War was over. The Red Silk Army had conquered the dragons. Men, capture them all. Chapter 814. After the battle on Dragon Island ended, the entire continent gathered at Undercity. This was the city that had created countless miracles. At this moment, Undercity was filled with a densely packed undead army. Countless powerful soul cultivators responded to the call of the Scourge Church and came from all directions to join the resistance army. Under the leadership of the undead divine Magus Homelin, they fought against the Red Silk Army. A battle that was comparable to an epic had just begun. Retreat, retreat, kill. Those divine magical beasts are coming. Quickly hide. Inside Gloom City, there were millions of undead. These cultivators of soul power were like ghosts, hiding in the countless underground tunnels beneath Gloom City. Relying on the advantageous terrain of Gloom City, they launched counterattacks against the invading Red Silk Army. Hundreds of powerful divine magical beasts descended upon this small Undercity. Inside Undercity, there were only 2 divine magical beasts, Homelin and Kay. The difference in strength was so great that it made people feel despair. On the first day, the leaders of the Scourge Church had discussed the problem of how long they could defend Undercity. However, when the Calamity Church truly fought against the Red Silk Army's divine realm magical beasts, only then did they realize that the divine realm magical beasts weren't as powerful as they had imagined. They could still be injured, they could still feel pain, and they could still die. Very quickly, the experienced undead quickly found the weakness of these divine magical beasts. From there, they figured out a way to deal with these divine magical beasts. Weakness, that's right. The powerful magical beasts of the God's Domain also had their own weaknesses. These magical beasts of the God's Domain were all arrogant and untamed. No one was willing to submit to another. When they attacked, they would swarm like bees and fight for themselves. They didn't have any strategy or tactics, and only knew how to charge around randomly. To counter this weakness, the undead thought of a way to use the favorable terrain to surround and annihilate the divine magical beasts. Just like hunting wild beasts, they even resorted to guerrilla warfare in Undercity. When these magical beasts from the God's Domain rushed over, the undead quickly hid in the underground tunnels of Undercity. When they left, the undead emerged like ghosts and launched a sudden attack. These God's Domain demonic beasts that had killed their way into the city had discovered, to their dismay, that Gloom City was simply a huge, heavily guarded trap. There were many undeads, and even more undeads were summoned. More often than not, the undeads would pop up right after the undeads were killed. There were even more undeads that could hide deep underground and launch surprise attacks. Moreover, Gloom City wasn't a place where God's Domain's demonic beasts could come and go as they pleased. The undead in Gloom City had constructed many defensive towers. There were 2 main types of defensive towers. The first type was the Ghost Tower, which focused on soul attacks. Although these gigantic God's Domain creatures had powerful defensive capabilities, soul attacks ignored their defensive capabilities. Although these soul attacks couldn't kill powerful God's Domain demonic beasts, they were still very much feared. The second type of defensive tower was the Frost Tower, which had the effect of freezing and reducing speed. Coupled with the dense horde of undead, as well as the undead's innumerable attacks, every God's Domain demonic beast that entered Gloom City was terrified. Additionally, Undercity was not without divine magical beasts. With the help of the experienced divine necromancer Homelin and one of the most ferocious divine magical beasts, the Beaumont Behemoth K, they battled the Red Silk Army for 2 days and 2 nights. With fearless confidence and a will to die, they firmly held back the Red Silk Army. In the sky, dozens of frost dragons were roaring. These were the undead creatures summoned by the divine necromancer Homelin. Each frost dragon had the power of divine magical beasts. The appearance of these frost dragons had the effect of stabilizing the hearts of the people. When the undead of the Scourge Church saw the frost dragons circling in the sky, they sincerely gained some confidence. On the ground, the tall Beaumont behemoth Kay stood at the forefront of Undercity city walls. At this moment, she was covered in blood and her eyes were crimson red. At her feet, there were dozens of divine magical beasts' corpses lying on the ground. At this moment, Kay was fighting with 3 to 4 divine magical beasts. Her huge body stomped on the ground, and every step she took caused the ground to shake violently. The smoke and dust produced by the battle between the giant magical beasts covered the sky and the sun. Her angry roars echoed throughout Undercity. Roar! At this moment, the red-eyed Kay let out an angry roar. Her huge fist carried a gust of wind as she ruthlessly punched the head of a glacier war elephant that was much larger than her. The powerful impact shattered the elephant's 2 long tusks. This divine magical beast let out a blood-curdling scream before collapsing with a boom. The other divine magical beast, the Sphinx, was stunned. Before it could react, it was sent flying by Kay's uppercut and fell heavily on the city walls. Then, Kay turned around and stomped a thunder leopard to death. In the blink of an eye, 3 divine magical beasts were either dead or injured. Beaumont's peerless ferocity intimidated everyone. Long live! Lord Kay is mighty! Defeat them! Countless cheers erupted from the crowd. The people of Undercity were not stingy with their praise for this young, peerless powerhouse. Huff! Huff! Beaumont panted heavily. His eyes were red as he stared fixedly at the remaining abyssal demon wolf. That abyssal demon wolf was trembling all over. Facing this ferocious and berserk Beaumont, it felt as if it had lost the courage to fight. Finally, the abyssal demon wolf could not withstand the increasing psychological pressure from the other party. With a wail, it ran away with its tail between its legs. F***CK? Coward. Kay cursed fiercely. She pointed her middle finger at the abyssal demon wolf's back. At this time, Kay suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. She had overdrawn her physical strength to the limit, and her body was riddled with wounds. If not for Beaumont's strong body, any other magical beast would have already collapsed. Soon, the undead of the Scourge Church noticed Kay's abnormality. At this time, a few brave necromancers rode on gargoyles and flew into the sky. They landed on top of Kay's head and threw health potions, stamina potions, and so on down. Kay opened his mouth wide and swallowed it down with a few chomps. This guy is too strong. How is this possible? We can't beat him even if we attack together. He is Beaumont, the most powerful magical beast in history. He can be said to be invincible on land. How can we beat him? The divine magical beasts of the Red Silk Army whispered to each other through their spiritual sense. An atmosphere of fear spread throughout the battlefield. How delightful, delightful. At this time, Kay let out a long howl. The current Kay was completely different from the previous Kay. After experiencing many battles, Kay's growth was extremely fast. Although he still hadn't reached the mid-level of the divine realm, ordinary divine magical beasts were no longer his opponent. After drinking dozens of health potions and stamina potions, Kay's injuries were completely healed. Her eyes emitted an intense light. At this time, her gaze swept over the dozens of divine magical beasts in front of her. The corners of her mouth curved into a sneer. Come, you bastards. I'll let you experience this daddy's power. Intimidated by Beaumont's ferocious might, all the divine magical beasts took a step back. Their eyes were filled with fear. They had seen with their own eyes how this Beaumont didn't fall into a disadvantageous position when fighting against dozens of divine magical beasts. On the contrary, the more she fought, the braver she became. Some of the magical beasts began to feel afraid and retreated. After all, they were all intelligent creatures. None of them would rush up and throw away their lives. This Beaumont was too strong. Since you're not coming over, then I'll go over. Chapter 8:15. With the efforts of Homelin and Kay, as well as the undead of the Scourge Church, the situation in Undercity slowly stabilized and even started a gradual counterattack. This was something that the leaders of the Red Silk Army had never thought of. In the Hall of the Dead in the central area of Undercity, the commander-in-chief of the Scourge Church Army, Vivian, looked at the woman in front of her and couldn't help but admire her. This woman, who was sitting upright in a chair, leisurely drinking tea, her every movement filled with the aura of nobility, was the queen of the new kingdom of Ebbia, Juliana. When the Red Silk Army invaded, the new kingdom of Ebbia, which didn't have many experts, was quickly destroyed. Juliana knew that she couldn't resist, so she hurriedly passed the throne to her sister Catherine and directly gave the order to not resist. She handed over the new kingdom of Ebbia to the Red Silk Army and used a tunnel to escape from the palace and came to Undercity. If someone thought that Juliana had fled at the last moment, then they were gravely mistaken. Undercity's current strategy and tactics came from her hands. Juliana believed that the new kingdom of Ebbia couldn't resist the attack of the Red Silk Army, but there was one place that could, and that was the Scourge Church's Undercity. Juliana believed that with the undead of the Scourge Church, the defenses of Undercity, and her own ability to organize a decent resistance was possible. However, it was only a possibility. Juliana knew that with the strength of the Scourge Church, it was impossible to resist the Red Silk Army. Being able to do this was already a miracle. However, everyone, including Vivian, more or less had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Perhaps Ron had returned? In the Hall of the Dead, Vivian and Juliana were both silent. Only the loud sounds of the battle in the distance could be heard, and the dust on the ceiling fell down. How long can we resist like this? Finally, Vivian broke the silence and opened her mouth. Juliana, who had been calm all this time, suddenly trembled, and the tea in the cup spilled out. She raised her face and reluctantly revealed a noble's elegant smile, but her answer disappointed Vivian. I don't know. Vivian sighed. Juliana's answer was expected. The current situation was already a miracle, and it was all thanks to Juliana. After the destruction of her country, Juliana had a maturity that was not commensurate with ordinary people. Relying on her innate political and military talent, she had raised a rebel army under the eyes of the Holy Roman Empire. She had successfully escaped the Holy Roman Empire's encirclement and expanded. Then, relying on the power of the Scourge Church and Ron's support, she had rebuilt the kingdom of Ebbia. Step by step, she had reached where she was today. This was something that Vivian, who was born in a commoner's family, could not compare to. Juliana's biggest problem was that she did not have enough strength to make these strong people listen to her orders. However, strength could be cultivated, but political and military talent needed to be nurtured from a young age. Perhaps this was the difference between nobles and commoners. Looking at the calm face of Juliana, Vivian suddenly had a bold idea. Perhaps, compared to her, Juliana was more suitable to be the commander-in-chief of the Scourge Church. Broken houses, broken walls, and burning sky. The entire Noah continent was filled with such scenes, as if it was the end of the world. The scorching sun above their heads roasted the earth, and the temperature seemed to be melting the air. Not far away, the cawing of a few crows could be heard. These were the best scavengers on the continent, and they were circling in the sky. These fellows who had eaten until their brains were full of fat had long lost interest in hunting. They lazily sat on the branches of the trees with their eyes half closed. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the endless wilderness. He walked slowly, and his back became longer and longer under the scorching sun. One of the largest mercenary groups on the Noah continent, the leader of the war bear, Lombard, was currently stumbling through this abandoned town. At this moment, he had long lost his former majesty. The clothes on his body were tattered, and his eyes were dull. He looked as if he had lost his soul. It was not that Lombard had not resisted the invasion of the Red Silk Army, but the strength of those magical beasts from the divine realm was just too strong. The offensive that he had organized with great difficulty had been beaten to a pulp in just one exchange, and he had suffered heavy casualties. If not for the protection of his group members, he would have been lucky enough to keep his little life. However, Lombard knew that this was not a fluke. It was just that his strength was too weak, and those magical beasts from the divine realm simply did not see him as a prey. Lombard would never forget the disdainful look that the Harpy Queen had given him before he left. That look of disdain was deeply imprinted in his mind, and he could not forget it. After this battle, Lombard understood a truth. The difference in strength between him and the magical beast from the divine realm was just too great. In front of a divine realm, he, a powerhouse from the sacred domain, was nothing more than an ant. The Noah continent had already fallen into the control of the Red Silk Army. There was no hope. After an unknown amount of time, Lombard, who was tired and thirsty, finally couldn't take it anymore. He staggered and fell to the ground with a plop. At this time, Lombard felt a shadow slowly approach. He opened his eyes, and through the scorching sun, he could barely make out a figure. "Water, water!" Lombard groaned a few times and let out a weak cry for help. The shadow hesitated for a moment, and not long after, something slowly approached Lombard's mouth. Smelling that trace of cool water vapor, Lombard's mind suddenly became clear. He could no longer care about anything else, and grabbed the bottle. Gulp, gulp. He drank the water. Lombard drank the entire bottle of water in one breath, then sat up and smiled. "Thank you. I ask who you are." Before Lombard could finish his words, he was suddenly stunned. The person in front of him was wearing a white undead bone armor, a long cloak wrapped around his body, and a hood covering half of his face. It was the standard attire of a necromancer. "Ron, you're back." Lombard's tone revealed a trace of pleasant surprise, but soon he discovered that he was wrong, very wrong. This necromancer's chest was actually embroidered with the symbol of the Red Silk Army. Red Silk Army? Lombard quivered and instantly sobered up. Swish! He took a few steps back and shouted, "No, you're definitely not Ron. Ron would never join the Red Silk Army. Who the hell are you?" Hee. The shadow laughed. "Mr. Lombard, you actually know Ron? He looks like I didn't find the wrong person. You know me? What do you want?" Lombard held the Holy Knight's scepter in his hand, as if he was facing a great enemy, and at the same time, prepared for battle. Don't be nervous. I'm Klein. I'm indeed from the Red Silk Army, but I have no ill intentions towards you. I just want to ask you a few questions." The black figure slowly took off his hood, revealing a young, fair face that was different from humans. The person who had come was none other than Klein. He had appeared here because of a more important mission. "Don't even think about it." Lombard directly refused. Holy Knight Lombard, will never cooperate with the Red Silk Army. You can give up." Klein's face showed a slight smile, and he narrowed his eyes. "Mr. Lombard, you're a smart person compared to your precious life, answering a few questions. I believe it won't be too difficult for you, right?" Klein slightly smiled, but his tone was bone-chilling, and his indifferent face was filled with a faint killing intent. "I remember. You're their leader." Lombard then remembered, in that desolate town, he met Klein once. "I'll fight you to the death." Thinking of the countless mercenaries who died in the hands of the Red Silk Army, Lombard was both shocked and angry. He clenched his teeth and charged towards Klein. Lombard knew in his heart that he was not Klein's opponent, and before he made this decision, he had already made the decision to die. "Fight? You think you're worthy?" Seeing Lombard rushing over, Klein's eyes flashed with a trace of contempt, and he calmly raised his hand. "If not for the fact that you're still a little useful, I'd really want to kill you." While speaking, a cyan light shot out from Klein's eyes. Soul control. In an instant, the cyan light entered Lombard's head. Boom! With a loud sound, Lombard felt as if his head was ruthlessly hit by a sledgehammer, and his body fell heavily to the ground, screaming in pain. At this moment, Lombard was clutching his head, and his face was filled with pain. Klein's soul force had directly invaded his head and directly attacked his soul, making him suffer a fate worse than death. Lombard was in so much pain that he was rolling on the ground, screaming miserably. He wanted to get rid of this pain that came from the depths of his soul, but this pain was like a maggot attached to the bone, deeply imprinted in his soul. Klein looked like he was watching a good show, crossed his arms, and revealed an evil smile on his face. Finally, Lombard stopped struggling and calmed down. Lombard's soul had been completely controlled by Klein, and at this moment, his forehead was covered with large blue veins, coiling like snakes, and his eyes were lifeless, looking like a walking corpse. Not long after, Lombard slowly stood up, walked in front of Klein, and quietly bowed. "Master, not bad," Klein smiled. "From today onwards, you're my servant, and you'll do whatever I tell you to do. Understand?" "Yes, respected master. What orders do you have?" Lombard responded mechanically. "Very good." Klein's smile disappeared and asked in a deep voice, "Let me ask you, do you know where the key to the lost world is?" "I don't know, master," Lombard simply replied. "What?" Klein was stunned and suddenly felt that he had miscalculated. The most well-informed people in the world were definitely mercenaries, and Lombard, as the leader of the largest mercenary group in the Noah continent, naturally knew a lot of secrets that others did not know. It was impossible for a soul-controlled person to lie, so the only possibility was that Lombard really did not know. "Don't tell me you really don't know anything?" As the leader of the largest mercenary group in the Noah continent, "Don't tell me you've never heard of it?" Klein did not give up and asked. Lombard just kept shaking his head. "Damn it, what a waste of my spiritual energy." Klein fiercely cursed and suddenly became furious. He grabbed Lombard's shoulder and shouted, "You trash, what the hell do you know? Noah, do you know? Lich King, do you know? Tell me." To Klein's surprise, this time Lombard's face finally changed. He struggled for a long time and slowly nodded. "I know." "Huh?" Klein began to calm down. He understood that his impulsiveness was useless and coldly said, "Lombard, tell me honestly, how much do you know about the guardian of the Noah continent? Noah? Does he have any relatives?" This time Lombard's face once again showed a painful expression. It could be seen that his consciousness and Klein's soul had a strong connection. Klein slightly nodded. His tyrannical soul force suppressed his reason, and Lombard's face returned to normal. This time, he said name. Chapter 8:16. Kill. Kill these bastards. It was almost dusk. Under the walls of the Scourge Church's Undercity, countless undead poured out from the underground passageways of Undercity. They densely swarmed onto the streets like a black river. Under the cover of Homelin and Kay, they majestically killed their way out of Undercity. A huge counterattack had begun. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, Kay's eyes had already turned red from all the killing. He constantly growled, as if he was a killing god who had returned from hell. No matter how big or small the magical beasts were, they were all sent flying with a single punch from him. In the sky, dozens of frost dragons were roaring, spewing out bone-piercing cold air currents. The entire battlefield seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar. The two divine realm experts of the Scourge Church joined forces and attacked, killing the divine realm magical beasts of the Red Silk Army until they cried for their parents and fled with their tails between their legs. The entire battlefield was in chaos. "Looks like we're going to win? What a surprise." On the long corridor beside the Hall of the Dead, Vivian, who was standing beside Juliana, exclaimed with a smile, "Your Majesty, you're really awesome." "You flatter me." "Lady Vivian." A rare relaxed smile appeared on Juliana's face. "It's mainly because the soldiers are willing to risk their lives." At this point, Juliana paused for a moment, then smiled. "Although the magical beasts from the God Realm are powerful, they're actually not that scary. Of course, we also need to have God Realm experts on our side." Vivian nodded in agreement as she listened. "That's right. If it weren't for Great Elder Homelin and Kay, we wouldn't have a single godly powerhouse who could hold the fort. The Scourge Church would have been finished long ago. Juliana and Vivian looked at each other and smiled. Then, they turned to look at the battlefield in the distance at the same time. There was a hint of worry on their smiling faces. Today was over, but what about the future? What happened? Aps's expression darkened. 3 days. It was already the third day. Klein had only given him 3 days to conquer the Noah continent. In other words, this battle had to end immediately. However, not only had the Red Silk Army failed to achieve victory in their siege of the Scourge Church, the stronger side's attack had also been beaten to a pulp. What the F***CK is going on? Aps was so angry that they wanted to curse. I'm sorry, Mr. Aps. The Abyss demonic ape, who had escaped from the battlefield, trembled and said with a sad face, "That Beaumont is too powerful. None of us can defeat him." Scram! Aps kicked the Abyss demon wolf that weighed a ton and sent it flying. He scolded, "Coward, you still have the guts to come back? You've completely disgraced me. I'll settle the score with you when I return." At this moment, Aps's gaze locked onto Kay, who was fighting not far away. His gaze turned cold. "Beaumont. This feels good. This feels good." On the battlefield, the Beaumont that Kay had transformed into was like an indestructible tank. It was invincible. Wherever it went, the celestial demonic beasts would retreat. These usually high and mighty celestial demonic beasts were overshadowed by the powerful Beaumont. At this moment, Kay could only feel the blood in his body burning. As the celestial demonic beasts fell one by one in front of his fist, his fighting spirit rose to its peak. Finally, the indestructible fist met with an obstacle. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Kay felt as if his fist had hit a solid wall. The rebound force caused his fist to hurt. Kay turned around to look. He saw a giant ape that was slightly larger than his body standing in front of him. Apart from its hands and legs, the giant ape's entire body was covered in metal armor. Even its head was covered in helmet-like metal armor. At this moment, it was like an iron tower, exuding a murderous aura. Its cold gaze constantly scanned Garen's body. "Who are you?" Faced with this terrifying giant ape, Kay's heart immediately became alert. He asked in a low voice, "I'm Aps, the leader of the Red Silk Army's demonic beasts." The giant ape opened its mouth wide, revealing a bone-chilling coldness as it spoke. "Your performance is over. Beaumont, wake up." As he spoke, Apu's right fist suddenly punched out with a whoosh. This punch was extremely fast. With the close distance between them, it was a matter of an instant. Bang! Kay instinctively raised his hand to block. In that instant, he felt as if his chest had been ruthlessly hit by a sledgehammer. An unfamiliar, enormous force surged out. Thud, thud, thud. With just one punch, Kay retreated 3 to 4 steps. He snapped back to his senses and raised his head. Impossible. With just one move, the difference in strength was obvious. The opponent's strength was much stronger than Kay's. "Nothing is impossible, Beaumont. Although you're strong, that's only in comparison to other demonic beasts. In my opinion, you're pitifully weak." The armored devil, Ape Aps, punched Kay back and laughed sinisterly. "Resistance isn't without a price. Beaumont, today is the day you die." With that, he strode towards Kay. His heavy body stomped on the ground. Every step he took caused tremors. Roar! Kay also gave it his all. Beaumont's strong self-esteem would not allow him to retreat. He roared and charged towards Aps. Boom! 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 Bang! 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 In an instant, under Gloom City that was almost in ruins, Beaumont and the armored devil ape, 2 terrifying demonic beasts, engaged in a soul-stirring battle. Their roars reverberated throughout the battlefield, shaking the heavens and the earth. This is too terrifying. The terrifying scene on the battlefield made everyone's hearts jump. Even the demonic beasts of the Red Silk Army hid far away, not to mention the experts of the sacred domain. This was because the destructive power of the battle between these 2 terrifying demonic beasts was too terrifying. A casual punch could cause mountains to crumble, and a casual kick could cause a city wall to collapse. These two demonic beasts were competing purely based on strength. Their fists stirred up a gust of wind, causing everyone's faces to hurt. "Good luck, Lord Apps. Kill that guy. Lord K, beat him up. Good luck." The battle between the two demonic beasts attracted everyone's attention. They almost forgot about the enemy in front of them and cheered for the experts on their side. This was a battle that no one could afford to lose. To Apps, if he lost, he could forget about bringing his demonic beast army. As the leader of the demonic beast army in the Red Silk Army, not only did he fail to complete the mission given to him by Klein, but he also suffered a setback for the Red Silk Army's ambition of conquering the Noah continent. Chapter 817. Muffled sounds rang out as beast-like roars reverberated throughout the battlefield. The battle that was taking place in the vast open space of Undercity affected the hearts of countless people. Kay was fighting with his life on the line. That's right, he was fighting with his life on the line. From the moment they started fighting, he knew that he was no match for his opponent. However, he had no way out. Vivian and Juliana's brows furrowed. They could see the huge difference in strength between the two sides, especially the armor on his opponent. It formed an extremely strong layer of protection. It was as strong as armor. When Kay's fist landed on his body, it only left a faint mark. On the other hand, his opponent's fist was enough to severely injure Kay. There was no suspense in this battle from the very beginning. The battle continued. However, everyone could see that Kay's stamina was running out. He began to stagger. Bang! Finally, Kay's face was punched hard. He fell heavily to the ground. The loud noise and dust seemed to announce the end of the battle. Long live! Master Apps is mighty. In an instant, the Red Silk Army erupted into thunderous cheers and applause. It was a stark contrast to the dismay of the Scourge Church. Kay had lost. He had lost completely. Whether it was strength, speed, or defense, he was far inferior to Apps. The armored demon ape's strength was terrifying. "You've lost, Beaumont." Apps smiled coldly and slowly retracted his fist. He looked at Kay, who was crawling on the ground, and said, "I've said it before. You're no match for me." Kai gritted his teeth and slowly struggled to get up. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he was covered in wounds, and all of them were internal injuries. The opponent's powerful punch had penetrated his body and destroyed his internal organs and tissues. This was also why his injuries were more serious than they looked. At this moment, Kay was like an injured wild beast, panting heavily. Her blood-red eyes stared fixedly at the other party, as if she wanted to tear the other party into pieces. Apps narrowed his eyes. He didn't care about the hatred of the weak. He slowly opened his mouth. "Surrender. Beaumont, you have no chance." On the surface, Apps said that Kay had surrendered, but in reality, he was referring to the entire Scourge Church. No matter how you looked at it, the resistance of the Scourge Church was like a praying mantis trying to stop a car in front of the Red Silk Army. The situation was extremely bad. Who? Kay panted heavily as his muscular chest heaved up and down violently. His furious gaze stared fixedly at the powerful enemy in front of him. Finally, he clenched his teeth and stood up abruptly. Dragging his heavily injured body, he raised his huge fist and madly pounced towards the opponent. At the same time, he let out an earth-shattering roar. No! Bang! A loud sound was heard. Just as Kay finished speaking, a heavy punch landed on his head. His body slanted and retreated a dozen steps. Then his huge body crashed heavily into the huge city wall. Boom! Half of the city wall collapsed. Kay suffered another heavy blow and fell heavily to the ground. Stubborn fellow. Apps spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. Kay's punch had landed on his face, but due to the protection of his armor, it didn't cause much damage. However, this had angered him. "Since you're looking for death, then don't blame me." App's lips curved into a cruel smile. As he spoke, he strode towards Kay. In the Undercity, Vivian and Juliana's hearts clenched. No, not good. Kay is in danger. In the end, just as the two of them expected, Kay was lifted up by Apps with one hand. Then his fists rained down on his body, making dull thuds. Get up. Aren't you very strong? Come on. Continue fighting. Let me see your strength. Under the dusk of the Undercity, Kay was rolled around by App's punches. At first, he was able to withstand a few blows, but later on, he became a sandbag. He was completely trampled on by his opponent and had no strength to fight back. Kay is in danger. In the sky, Hamelin, who was fighting, saw this scene. He took a deep breath. No, I have to save him. Hamelin patted the Frost Colossal Dragon beneath him. The Frost Colossal Dragon let out a long roar. Its huge body turned rapidly downwards and charged towards the armored demon ape on the ground. However, Hamelin's intentions were quickly seen through by others. Soon, a huge figure blocked the Frost Colossal Dragon. It was a huge eagle. Its body was not much smaller than the Frost Colossal Dragon, but it had a beautiful face that resembled a human female's. Trying to escape? At this moment, the monster with a human face and an eagle's body smiled beautifully. Your opponent is me, the Harpy Queen. Hamelin was shocked. Only those who had battled with her knew how difficult it was to deal with this celestial realm monster. Me too. The Flame Colossal Dragon Ranarier spoke in human language. Today is the day the Scourge Church dies. Haha. Hamelin's heart sank. I can't watch this anymore. In the Hall of the Dead in the Undercity, Vivian held back her tears and looked away. She could not bear to see Kay being beaten to death. There's no other way. Let's surrender. Juliana sighed slightly. She pondered for a moment and shook her head. Her raised face was full of tears. We don't have time to wait for Ron. Juliana turned around slightly. There was one more thing she didn't say. Even if Ron came back now, he probably wouldn't be able to change the situation. The Red Silk Army was too strong. Vivian and Juliana did not notice that a beautiful figure suddenly appeared not far behind them. That figure looked at the fallen Kay and was already in tears. At this moment, she turned around and ran out. Kill him. Sir Apps, kill him. The Red Silk Army's shouts were like mountains and seas. Under the dusk of the Undercity, only the ferocious armored demon ape Apps and the dying Beaumont and Kay were left. At this moment, Kay did not struggle or cry. He lay quietly on the ground. He did not even have the strength to move a finger. Apps smiled coldly. I once gave you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, don't blame me. After saying this, he strode towards Kay. A huge, armored fist was raised. A terrifying force gathered in the air. At this time, Apu's movements came to a halt. His eyes narrowed as he saw a small figure appear in front of the behemoth's head. A petite human female figure. The human female extended her arms and stood in front of the two gigantic beasts. At this moment, her face had turned pale due to fear, but her expression was still filled with stubbornness. You can't kill him. Hearing that familiar voice, Kay's heart skipped a beat. He slowly opened his eyes. A petite and beautiful figure came into view. Kay was stunned. Bah! Sister Basura. The strange movements on the battlefield had already attracted the attention of Vivian and Juliana. What? Basara? When did she run to the battlefield? Vivian and Juliana panicked. If something happened to Basara, how would they explain it to Ron? Sister Basara, is that you? Kay was shocked. He used all his strength to shout. Damn it, what are you doing here? Go away. It's dangerous. But I can't let him kill you. Basara reached out to block Apps. I'll stop him. You run. You can still run, right? In the eyes of Basara, a human who had never cultivated any power, she believed that as long as she stopped the other party, Kai would still be able to escape even if he couldn't win. She didn't realize that she had put herself in an extremely disadvantageous situation. No, go away, go away. You shouldn't be here. Damn it, my power. Where's my power? Kay screamed with all his might. He struggled violently, but his heavily injured body didn't give him any strength. No, I won't go. How can I just watch you? Basara's voice sounded like she was about to cry, but her body seemed to be fixed in place. She didn't move at all. Haha, respected lady, do you think that with your power, you can stop this from happening? At this moment, Apu moved. He reached out his large hand and grabbed Basara as if he was picking up a toy, squeezing her in his hand. Oh no, Vivian couldn't care less. She waved her slender hand, and a large amount of black fog quickly condensed in the air. Not long after, she summoned an abyss skeletal dragon. Vivian didn't say anything. She stepped onto the skeletal dragon's body and rushed out with a roar. What? You bastard, what are you doing to her? Put her down, put her down. At this moment, Kay's fists gradually tightened. His sharp nails dug deep into his flesh, and blood flowed out from between his fingers. He struggled to get up, but fell down heavily. He didn't even realize that his originally extremely weak body suddenly had a trace of power that slowly spread throughout his entire body. Let me go. Looking at App's huge body and ferocious face, Basara was so scared that she trembled all over. She couldn't even speak. App smiled coldly. You're too naive, lady. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. With that, App's casually squeezed. Gotcha. Basara's weak body floated down like a piece of paper. No, Kay let out a desperate roar. His anger was ignited in an instant. In an instant, the weather on the battlefield changed and the ground shook. A strange yet powerful force appeared from Kay's body, shaking the surroundings. Chapter 8:18. Basara, Vivian shouted. She rushed forward like a madwoman and soon arrived in front of the huge, armored ape. The abyss skeletal dragon quickly passed under the armored ape's feet. The moment Basara's body fell to the ground, Vivian pulled her hand and caught her. Vivian, who had rescued Basara, did not dare to delay. She commanded the abyss skeletal dragon to flap its wings and fly back to Undercity at the fastest speed. She then placed her body on the floor of the Hall of the Dead. Basara, what's wrong with you? Wake up! Wake up! Looking at the pale Basara, Vivian was so anxious that she almost cried. In contrast, Juliana was much calmer. She quickly checked Basara's condition and frowned. 90% of her bones are broken, but fortunately, she's still alive. What? You said she's still alive? When Vivian heard this, she could not believe her eyes. She was surprised and happy. Juliana nodded. But she needs to be treated quickly. It's hard to say later. Call a priest immediately. Vivian ordered decisively. Yes, Lady Vivian. The guard standing outside the door heard the order and immediately rushed out. Vivian and Juliana looked at each other and sighed in relief. At this time, Juliana thought for a while and said, when you save her just now, that guy didn't seem to stop you. Yes, it was really close. If that big guy attacked me just now, I'd be finished. Thinking of the thrilling scene just now, Vivian could not help but feel a lingering fear. If that terrifying ape casually punched, Vivian and her abyss skeletal dragon would instantly turn into meat powder. The abyss skeletal dragon, which only had the strength of a sacred domain, could not withstand a punch from a divine domain monster. But why didn't he attack me? Vivian could not help but fall into deep thought. At this time, the two were stunned and looked at the battlefield at the same time. The iron-armored demonic ape stood on the battlefield like an iron tower, and its ferocious aura hadn't diminished in the slightest. It hadn't attacked Vivian just now, because it had been attracted by the thing in front of it. The Beaumont beast that Kay transformed into stood in the middle of the battlefield, constantly roaring. Powerful energy burst out, emitting bursts of golden light. With Kay as the center, a gale blew on the battlefield, sand and stones. At the same time, his muscles constantly contracted and expanded, and his strength became stronger. What was even stranger was that there was a faint golden color amidst the surging and overflowing power. How is that possible? Wasn't this guy beaten half to death by Master Apu? How's he still so strong now? Has he been hiding his strength all this time? Is this still a be-in? How can he be so strong? Heavens, his strength is still growing. It's too scary. The golden energy filled the entire battlefield with a powerful aura. All the godly beasts in the Red Silk Army trembled under Kay's terrifying aura. The armored ape apes stood quietly in the middle of the battlefield. He was the closest to Kay and could feel how terrifying she was. At this moment, he was staring at Kay with a thoughtful expression. I understand now. After a long while, Apes composed himself, his expression serious. This Beaumont is not an ordinary Beaumont. He has the bloodline of a golden Beaumont. A golden Beaumont was the king of the Beaumont clan. He was born with a strength that surpassed that of an ordinary Beaumont. It was said that the strongest golden Beaumont was comparable to a god. Kay's golden Beaumont bloodline was originally very thin. When she was fighting with her sister, the Omega Beaumont, she activated part of her golden Beaumont bloodline due to anger, transforming into a golden Beaumont. However, when Kay evolved into a Beaumont behemoth, her golden Beaumont bloodline became thin again, and she lost her golden power, turning into an ordinary Beaumont behemoth. However, now, due to the death of Becerra's sister, the golden Beaumont bloodline in Kay's body was activated again. This time, she was no longer a golden Beaumont, but the legendary Beaumont king, the golden Beaumont behemoth. Roar, roar, roar. Kay let out a deafening roar again. At this moment, she could only feel the power in her body surging up. This power was so familiar, as if it had once been a part of her body, and now it had returned to her body. Boom! Finally, a powerful aura burst out, quickly covering the entire battlefield. The intense golden light was like the sun, making it hard for people to open their eyes. I didn't expect to have the chance to fight with the king of Beaumont, the golden Beaumont. Legend has it that only one golden Beaumont can be born in 1,000 Beaumont. Speaking of which, perhaps this will be my honor. A smile appeared on the face of the iron-armored ape. He took a deep breath, and a powerful battle intent spread throughout his body. Then he strode toward Kay. Huff! Huff! The current Kay was completely different from before. Her black fur had turned golden, and she was one size larger than before. In terms of height, she was already taller than the iron-armored ape. At this moment, Kay was panting heavily, and her eyes had turned bright red. The golden Beaumont. Interesting. Apes walked in front of Kay, stood still, and smiled. Your strength has grown quite a bit. I believe that this time, you won't disappoint me. Roar. Just as Apes finished speaking, the golden Beaumont behemoth had already attacked. He roared, raised his huge fist, and punched out. The front of his fist shone with golden light. Come on, the iron-armored ape shouted. At this moment, the battle intent in his eyes was flourishing. As the leader of the magical beast army, Apes had never backed down in any battle he had participated in. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the two fists collided. A powerful force, intertwined with golden light, spread out in all directions. In the battlefield, the weather changed. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 Under the Undercity, the two terrifying behemoths fought again. Compared to the previous one-sided situation, this time, the battle between Kay and Apes became a tie. In fact, Kay had a slight advantage. How? How is this possible? What happened to Kay? Vivian, the commander-in-chief of the Calamity Church, was flabbergasted by the scene before her eyes. She couldn't understand how Kay, who had been beaten half to death just a moment ago, was able to stand up again and was even stronger than before. Did Kay consume some special potion? She didn't seem to have seen her consume any potion, much less any potion to increase her strength. I understand now. It's the golden Beaumont. Juliana looked for a while, then slowly retracted her gaze and glanced at Vivian. Kay has the golden Beaumont's bloodline. Due to some reason, this bloodline was hidden in Kay's body, and now it's fully activated. Juliana said, You mean because of Becerra? Vivian looked down at Becerra in her arms and asked, At this moment, Becerra had been treated by a priest. Her complexion was obviously much better, but her face was still pale from fright, and she was unconscious. Yes, Juliana nodded. At this moment, she was energized and smiled. If Kay can control this power, it's not impossible to defeat the Red Silk Army. I also read about it from a book. Legend says, the Golden Beaumont born from the Beaumont clan has the terrifying power to make all beasts bow down. Really? Then, I'm afraid we don't need Ron to come back. We can settle this matter. Hearing this, Vivian's beautiful eyes flashed. She quietly stared at Kay's back for a long time. Looks like the hope of defeating the Red Silk Army rests on Kay. Juliana smiled and nodded. That's right. So now we have to reformulate our battle plan. On a small hill not far away, an old man quietly watched everything that was happening on the battlefield. He had a smile on his face. He was the chief of the Beaumont clan, Hao-Chin. When the Red Silk Army arrived, the Beaumont clan had all surrendered. But he, the only Beaumont in the clan besides Kay, had escaped. Between a Beaumont clan and a Golden Beaumont, who was more important, Hao-Chin was clear in his heart. So he escaped from the Beaumont clan and came to the Scourge Church in order to secretly protect his grandson. Just now, when Kay was in danger, Hao-Chin originally wanted to help, even though he knew that even if it was him, he might not be a match for the terrifying iron-armored devil ape. The moment he saw Kay evolve into a Golden Beaumont, Hao-Chin couldn't help but cry. Kay, my child, the hope of the Beaumont clan rests on you. I believe you won't disappoint me. After saying this, Hao-Chin silently sighed. He reluctantly looked at Kay's huge figure and slowly disappeared. On the battlefield, the two terrifying beasts were still fighting. Both sides were constantly charging and colliding. This was a competition of strength. Terrifying sounds reverberated in the air above the battlefield. Roar, roar, roar. Kay roared angrily and madly pounced. She didn't pay any attention to the opponent's fists that rained down like raindrops. Facing the opponent's increasingly terrifying strength, the iron-armored devil ape apes became more and more frightened. After 300 rounds of fighting, the apes finally confirmed one thing. This guy had gone mad. That's right, Kay had indeed gone mad. At this moment, he had transformed into a Golden Beaumont and had already entered a berserk state. He didn't block, didn't defend, and didn't even use any skills. All he did was continuously attack, and attack again. He vowed to tear this terrifying guy in front of him, completely tear him apart. Boom! A loud, dull sound rang out. App's fist landed heavily on Kay's shoulder, and Kay's fist landed directly on App's abdomen. Chapter 819. With Kay's strength, it should have been impossible for her to break App's sturdy armor. However, after the Golden Beaumont bloodline was activated, Kay's strength was 10 times, 100 times stronger than before. Not bad. Not bad at all. This kind of battle is more interesting. Apps, who was battling with Kay, was still full of fighting spirit. He unleashed a barrage of attacks on Kay, his fists raining down on Kay's body. However, Kay, who had entered a berserk state, had no qualms. At this moment, Kay roared and punched out again, landing a solid blow on the same spot as before. Bang! The heavy and sturdy sound rang out once more. This time, something that shocked everyone happened. Under Kay's attack, App's armor on his abdomen cracked open, revealing the sturdy muscles inside. What? Apps was shocked when he saw the broken armor on his abdomen. His first thought was that it was impossible. The reason why the demonic armored ape was so powerful was that it was born with a powerful armor that covered all the vital parts of its body. Not only physical attacks, but even powerful magic attacks would find it difficult to injure it. Just by relying on this armor, Apu's strength was above other magic beasts. Even magic beasts stronger than him would feel apprehensive when facing him. In other words, if it didn't have this tough armor, the devil ape would be nothing with just brute force. But now, this sturdy armor was broken by a single punch from the opponent. Maybe it was just a fluke. Abs comforted himself. In reality, other than the slight damage to his abdomen armor, he was not injured at all. At this moment, his attacks on Kay were even more vicious, knocking Kay to the ground again and again. Strangely enough, every time Kay was knocked to the ground, she would quickly get up and pounce on him again with a roar. Abs became more and more shocked as he fought. This kid really didn't want to live anymore. Just as Abs was distracted, Kay punched him in the face. Abs felt a sharp pain in his head, and with a crack, the metal armor on his face was shattered by Kay's punch. Abs was also sent flying by the opponent's immense strength and fell heavily to the ground. Abs wasn't the only one who was shocked. Everyone was shocked. The Red Silk Army's divine beasts all sucked in a breath of cold air. To be able to shatter the iron-armored demonic ape's armor with a single punch, how much power did that require? Great! In the Hall of the Dead, Vivian and Juliana, who had been paying attention to the changes on the battlefield, high-fived and celebrated. Their eyes were filled with hope again. This is blood. After falling, Abs was shocked to find blood at the corner of his mouth. Kay's punch had not only broken through his solid defense, but had also injured him. Damn it, this is impossible. Abs, as the leader of the magical beast army, had been defeated by the opponent with a single punch in front of everyone. At this moment, he was enraged. At this moment, the golden Beaumont demonic beast's fist, which was shining with golden light, had already reached him. Bang! A loud sound was heard. With a heavy blow, Abs howled and fell to the ground again. Bang! 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 Kay, who had entered a berserk state, rained punches on Abs. Abs's metal armor shattered like paper under the golden light. The sturdy metal armor could no longer protect the demonic ape's body, and the sound of bones shattering reverberated in the air above the battlefield. The leader of the Red Silk Army's divine beast was thrown around like a sandbag, and smoke and dust filled half the sky. This is too scary. The magical beasts from the divine realm looked at Kay with an indescribable fear in their eyes. Some wanted to save their leader, but whoever provoked the terrifying golden Beaumont demonic beast would be courting death. The armored demonic ape lay on the ground, motionless, his chest rising and falling violently. At this moment, his armor was shattered, and his body was stained with blood. Even though he looked fine from the outside, his internal organs and bones were severely injured, and he was on his last breath. Finally, after defeating his opponent, Kay stopped. On the battlefield, the giant golden Beaumont demonic beast stood upright with his head held high. He beat his chest with all his might and let out a long howl that made all the magical beasts from the divine realm tremble with fear. Good. Very good. Vivian stood up with a bang sound, her face full of excitement. It's time to counterattack, Commander-in-Chief. Juliana smiled and reminded Vivian, we have to take this opportunity to teach them an unforgettable lesson. That's right. Vivian's eyes flashed coldly. Pass down the order. The counterattack begins. Whoosh! A sound was heard. Under the gradually fading night sky, a white signal flare flew into the sky and exploded with a boom. Immediately after, it formed a huge skull pattern. This was the signal for the counterattack. It's time to counterattack. Comrades, kill, charge, slaughter these guys. In an instant, millions of undead rushed out from Gloom City. Countless necromancy spells were chanted in Gloom City, and undead creatures were summoned from a distant space, forming a huge energy vortex. Skeletons, zombies, ghouls, gargoyles, these creatures emerged from the hardened soil one by one, forming a huge black torrent that rushed towards the magical beasts from the divine realm. At the same time, countless necromancy spells rose from the city and blasted the magical beasts from the divine realm out of the Red Silk Army. Of course, the necromancy spells released by the powerhouses below the sacred domain were nothing more than tickles to the magical beasts from the divine realm. What truly frightened them was the other side. After defeating the armored demonic ape, the golden Beaumont demonic beast began a charge. He carried a monstrous killing intent as he rushed towards the magical beast from the divine realm. Boom! 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 At this moment, Kay was like an indestructible chariot, constantly rolling forward. Her bloody fist shone with golden light as she blasted towards the face of a huge magical beast from the divine realm. That magical beast from the divine realm stood there with a dull look in his eyes, as if he had been struck dumb. Facing this terrifying and peerless beast, he had already lost the courage to resist and could only watch helplessly as death befell him. Bang! Kay's fist directly shattered the cheekbone of that magical beast from the divine realm. That magical beast from the divine realm didn't even have time to scream before it died a violent death. The huge force carried that huge corpse into the air, one punch to kill a magical beast from the divine realm. The Golden Beaumont's powerful strength once again evoked fear in their hearts. Oh my God, the Golden Beaumont demonic beast is coming. Run! I can't run anymore. Who's going to save me? At this moment, Kay was like a god of death, directly rushing into the horde of magical beasts and wantonly slaughtering them. Wherever the golden light went, the magical beast from the divine realm would either die or be injured. In front of the Golden Beaumont demonic beasts, those usually high and mighty magical beasts from the divine realm finally tore off their hypocritical masks and revealed their cowardly true faces before scattering in all directions. Chapter 820. 1-2. Kay, who had transformed into the Golden Beaumont, was in a killing frenzy. Wherever she went, there would be howls of anguish. Following the fall of dozens of God's realm magic beasts, a huge hole was torn in the Red Silk Army's defensive line. Behind Kay, millions of undead continued to follow. Some blessings and buffs were cast on Kay's body. However, no one noticed that in the sky above Gloom City, a strange shadow had appeared, quietly overlooking the entire battlefield. No one knew when he had arrived, no one knew how long he had been there, and no one even knew of his existence. The divine necromancer Klein had appeared in the sky above Gloom City like a ghost. His trusted subordinates had been defeated, but he had no intention of making a move. His interest had been attracted by another direction. Divine necromancer. Interesting, but why does his fighting style feel so familiar to me? Klein narrowed his eyes, a strange smile appearing on his face. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ranerier, who was in the sky, was dumbstruck as he looked at the scene on the ground. The hundreds of God's realm magic beasts of the Red Silk Army had been completely defeated by the Golden Beaumont. Such a miracle, needless to say, was impossible. But such a thing had really happened. Nothing is impossible. The Scourge Church has always been good at creating miracles. Homelin's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. He paused and said, "You are finished. Bastard. Go to hell." The Harpy Queen, who was fighting alongside Ranerier, cursed. She then flapped her wings and madly pounced at Homelin. "Let's go together and slaughter this old man." Soul erosion. Facing the Harpy Queen's frenzied counterattack, Homelin did not panic. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. A mass of black fog floated in his palm. This mass of black fog contained countless souls. They constantly revolved around each other and let out mournful cries. The strange black fog was like a gadfly that had seen blood as it blasted towards the Harpy Queen. What is this? Hell, it's a soul attack. As soon as the Harpy Queen came into contact with the black mist, she let out an extremely shrill scream. Ranerier, who wanted to attack Homelin from the front and back, was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth wide and stopped in midair, not daring to move. Homelin sneered. As his soul force continued to invade her body, the Harpy Queen's movements slowed down. Her face became paler and paler, and she revealed an expression of extreme pain. Then, her body tilted and she fell to the ground. Although the Harpy Queen did not seem to have suffered much external damage, her soul had suffered heavy injuries. Physical injuries were easy to recover from, but soul injuries were extremely difficult to recover from. This is too terrifying. Ranerier was incomparably shocked. his body trembling like a sieve. Only when he truly fought with Homelin did he know how terrifying a divine necromancer was. After Homelin dealt with the Harpy Queen, he turned his head and targeted Ranarier. He sneered, "I remember you. You seem to be one of the dragons. Have you already betrayed your race?" I. Ranarier trembled for a long time, but he could not say a single word. His eyes were filled with fear. Finally, Ranarier retreated. He roared and spat out a large flame dragon breath from his mouth before quickly fleeing. Boom! The frost dragon opened a frost shield and blocked all of Ranarier's attacks. Want to escape? It's too late. Homelin sneered. He once again extended his chicken claw-like hand, and a mass of black fog condensed once more. Soul erosion. Countless souls formed a black satin ribbon that wrapped around Ranarier. Not good. Ranarier secretly cried out. At this time, he only felt a sharp pain in his head, as if 10,000 ants were biting him. The immense pain made him let out an extremely crazy roar. I'm going to die. As the soul invasion grew stronger, Ranarier could only feel death slowly descending. Just as Ranarier was in despair, an unfamiliar soul force appeared out of nowhere and directly invaded his sea of consciousness. This is... Ranarier only felt his body tremble, and his eyes instantly regained clarity. He could clearly feel two soul forces entangling in his sea of consciousness. No, accurately speaking, it was two soul forces fighting. One soul force seemed to want to expel the other soul force. How is this possible? Huamalien's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he could only feel a strange, yet powerful soul power gushing out from his opponent's sea of consciousness and expelling all of his soul erosion. Huamalien could even vaguely sense that the soul power was trying to erode his own soul. Homelin did not dare to be negligent. He snorted and immediately cut off the connection with Ranarier's soul. Ranarier was extremely surprised. He calmed down and just happened to see a familiar figure. Lord Klein? At some point, Klein appeared in the sky above Undercity. Klein sized up Ranarier, nodded, and waved his hand. You're the little guy who just joined the Red Silk Army, right? Go. There's nothing for you to do here. Thank you, Lord Klein, Ranarier said gratefully. In any case, Klein saved his life. He transformed into his human form, turned to look at Homelin, and turned to leave. Who are you? Homelin narrowed his eyes. Of course, he could tell that this person in front of him was a God Realm necromancer, but judging from the emblem and armband on his chest, this guy wasn't on the same side as him. Most importantly, this guy's soul force seemed to be very powerful. Homelin's heart was instantly shrouded in a layer of haze. You're Homelin? Ron's instructor? No wonder your fighting style gave me a familiar feeling. Klein sized up Homelin from head to toe, a faint smile on his face. To be able to develop a low-level God Realm's strength to this extent, not bad. You know Ron? Who are you? Homelin immediately became vigilant at Klein's words, questioning sternly. You don't need to know that. Klein smiled faintly, then his gaze turned icy cold. You only need to know that those related to Ron must die. Just as his words fell, Klein made his move. He didn't seem to chant anything, but in an instant, several frost dragons were summoned, roaring as they pounced on Homelin. Come out, frost dragons. Homelin didn't want to be outdone. He also summoned several frost dragons to meet the other side. More than a dozen frost dragons suddenly appeared in the sky, starting a chaotic battle that shook the earth. Frost energy intertwined in the air. Frost and snow fell from the sky, their roars echoing throughout the battlefield. Heavens! What's going on with that divine Archmage necromancer? Why is he fighting with the Great Elder? Vivian saw Klein. Just as she was feeling happy about his identity as an undead, she didn't expect that undead would actually fight with Homelin. Something's not right. Although that guy is a necromancer, he's not a partner, but an enemy. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.